It's a beautiful night for baseball. And live from Chase Field in Phoenix, Sportsnet LA presents the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Arizona Diamondbacks in Game 2 of this three-game series. Hi again, everybody. Charlie Steiner, Oral Hershiser. Nomar is off this weekend. Once again, the fickle finger of fate, Jimmy Rollins is sidelined. But for the Dodgers, it hasn't been a big deal because Corey Seager, who's been to the plate now 32 times in his young big league career, has merely been on base half the time.
Comparing these two careers right now, you would think Corey Seager is so glad to have him. He's hot, he's filling in for Jimmy, but there are a couple things to accomplish this time of the year. Rest the veteran, get the playoff experience and World Series ring rested, and they've been able to do that because of Corey Seager's performance. He has been thrust into this race, and he has done it with his first big league hit, a double after coming back after his first big league at bat, a strikeout, and then he continues to hit. In 7 out of 8 games, he has gotten hits, and I'll tell you what, he doesn't look like it's a fluke. He looks like the top prospect. He looks like the AAA player of the year, and his defense has been smooth and versatile at short and at third. Thrust into the race in the National League West and maybe getting an opportunity to make this playoff roster.
An interesting pitching matchup tonight. Mike Bolsinger, the former Diamondback, goes against Ruby De La Rosa, the former Dodger. A lot of Rizzo with that story when we come back. to Chase Field as the Dodgers and the Diamondbacks get ready to play the second game of this 3-game series. Our closed captioning this afternoon brought to you by Chumash Casino, where we are all about you. And so the Dodgers with 22 games left in the regular season, a 7.5 game lead over the Giants, 8 in the loss column. We'll present this lineup today with Carl Crawford leading off in left and Chase Utley making his 16th start at second base, batting second. Adrian Gonzalez batting in the third spot at first base. Justin Turner at third, Andre Ethier in right, and Corey Seager making his 6th start at shortstop, playing in his 9th game of 500 on base percentage. That's all for him. Grandal catching, hasn't caught in a week. Peterson in center, Bolsinger pitching and batting 9th, and the one-time Dodger, the hard-throwing right-hander Ruby De La Rosa, about ready to throw his first pitch of the game to Carl Crawford, and away we go. High and outside, 1 ball, no strikes.
De La Rosa will top out at around 94 miles an hour, 95, and you can see the 12-7 with the 4.49 ERA. He has been the beneficiary of the great Arizona offense. He's gotten 5.85 runs per game in his run support. That is second in the National League.
And he's also got an ERA of close to 4.5. And there's a strike. 2 balls and a strike. Crawford at 264 with 3 home runs and 14 runs batted in. He's stolen 9 out of 10 this year. And De La Rosa, one of the things we'll watch out for tonight. He is prone to give up the long ball. 29 home runs on the season. Just 172 innings. And there's a fly ball to right field. And that is the 30th home run he's given up on the season. And just like that, the Dodgers take a 1-0 lead. For the Dodgers, their 3rd leadoff home run in the past 4 games. Schebler hit one on Wednesday night. Ruggiano hit one on Tuesday night. And here's Carl Crawford on Saturday night.
De La Rosa giving up all these home runs, this being his 29th start. And in now 20 of them, he has given up a home run.
And he has tied Dan Herron for the league lead in surrendering 30 long balls. And it didn't take long for Utley to loop a single into left field. So the Dodgers trying to gain a measure of revenge against a Diamondback club that pounded them for 12 runs and 17 hits last night. It looks like De La Rosa's defense is going to be busy this evening. What with Peralta in left and Pollock in center and Inciarte in right. Jake Lamb at third base, Ahmed at short, Owings at second base, Goldschmidt at first, and Wellington Castillo is behind the plate. Well, the Dodgers were embarrassed last night. Gave up 12 runs and 17 hits. It was 10-0 after 2. Gonzalez, who's been slumping lately, at 275 with 26 home runs and 82 runs batted in. Justin Turner is next. The shift is on for Gonzalez. Way upstairs. De La Rosa, of course, came up with the Dodger organization. They had envisioned him early on to be one of those 7th, 8th, perhaps 9th inning kind of pitchers, not necessarily a starter. So he throws hard, 138 strikeouts, 52 walks. Off to the left. And Lamb leaning in makes the play. De La Rosa was part of the trade that brought, ironically, Gonzalez to the Dodgers.
You mentioned the fact that he throws hard and they saw him as a late inning guy. Really, his problems have been trying to find something to change speeds with. Developed a slider, but the changeup that he has is only about 9 miles an hour off the fastball, so most of the Dodger hitters are going to be expecting something firm, and I think that's what leads to all the home runs.
Here's Turner stepping in. Justin with 15 home runs, a career high, and 52 runs batted in. De La Rosa pulls the string. Ethier is on deck. There's Andre, who, of course, grew up in Phoenix, went to Arizona State, made his major league debut in this ballpark. And over the course of his career, he has feasted on Diamondback pitching. Into center. Pollock makes the easy play, and there's 2 out.
Right fielder, number
De La Rosa went with 2 off-speed pitches right there, a slider and then a changeup, and you saw the speeds at 85, so not much change of speeds right there. Justin Turner just missed that one.
Now Ethier stepping in. Andre on the year 293. From Andre's point of view, he hasn't faced De La Rosa nearly enough. In his career against the Diamondbacks, Ethier .327 with 20 home runs. Fouls it back, 0-1. And a .390 on base percentage. And point of service, nobody has played with the Dodgers any longer than this fella. Second on the list at the moment is Clayton Kershaw. So the Dodgers with the early lead on the Crawford home run. Third leadoff home run in the past 4 games for the Dodgers. Carl with his 4th home run of the year. Missing outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. The Dodgers this year have one of the best records in baseball when scoring first. They're 43 games over 500. 58-15 when they get the lead early. 1-1. Utley leads from first. And now it's 2-1. Utley with 3 stolen bases on the year. He's making his 16th start with the Dodgers. Corey Seager is on deck.
The resurgence of Dodger base running really impacted by Chase Utley and his aggressive style since he's been a Dodger. He hasn't had any of the stolen bases that have started to go up, but he has really shown aggressiveness on the base paths, first to third, scoring from first, taking aggressive leads and secondary leads, moving up on balls that are just loosely around the catcher.
The Dodgers in their first 127 games this year stole 31. They have stolen 20 in the last 12. 20 out of 21 for that matter. Now the 2-2. So as the season approaches the finish line, the Dodgers have become much more aggressive on the base paths. Utley showing no ill effects of the ankle that he damaged in January when he accidentally stepped on a ball. 2-2. Ethier takes low and inside, 3 balls and 2 strikes. De La Rosa at 16 pitches.
One of the things that's hard to do when all you throw is pretty much one speed. The hard slider and the hard fastball is putting hitters away.
Utley is off and running. And a looper into right field for a base hit. Utley will go to third base easily. So Ethier continues to torment not only the Diamondbacks in general, but De La Rosa specifically. He is now 5 for 8 in his career against De La Rosa.
Andre does a nice job fighting off this ball right here inside. Might have been called a ball, but close enough that you got a swing and a 3-2 count. Utley off on the pitch, of course. Easily cruises into third, and he and Ron Renicky watching the throw into the infield to make sure they couldn't sneak home.
All that does is bring up Corey Seager. His 9th big league game, starting his 6th at shortstop. So along with those 6 walks and his 10 base hits, he's got a .500 on base percentage. He's on base half the time.
There is nothing rookie about this young man. The way he sees the game, the way he plays the game, and the way he actually feels the game. He just has such an innate sense of the right thing to do.
A base hit and 3 walks last night, and he takes inside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
The walks are not only how good an eye he has and how poised he is at the plate, but also the respect the league has shown him so far of trying to hit the corners and not wanting to throw him strikes.
Still looking for his first big league home run. Outside, 2-1.
In some ways, you usually feast on a rookie's aggressiveness, their nerves that they just can't wait to hit. But we've seen none of that with Corey. We've seen a good eye and great patience.
A leadoff home run for Crawford. Utley and Ethier have singled. Runners at the corners, 2 out in the first. Strike on the outside corner, now 2-2.
Sometimes as a youngster you don't get the call. Maybe in a year or so that'll be a ball.
Brian O'Nora calling balls and strikes tonight, the crew chief. 2-2, first and third. Another little note again, small sample size. Generally speaking, most hitters strike out more often than they walk. Early on, 9 games into his big league career, he's walked 6 times and has been struck out only 4. Yasmani Grandal is on deck. Now, if Ethier is off and running, I'd Castillo throw through. The 2-2, he is not. Won't have to worry about it, but he'll be off and running with the next pitch as the count goes full.
Fish ain't biting right there in Arizona. Corey Seager with a down and in slider there. He was thinking fastball that he had just fouled back. But that slider he picked up early enough to hold his swing.
Goldschmidt playing behind Ethier now, so he'll be off and running on the 3-2. There he goes. Here it comes. A little roller. This is going to be a tough play. And in to score is Utley. Infield hit for Seager, and the Dodgers take a 2-0 lead.
La Rosa makes a nice pitch, 3-2, throws him a 3-2 change. Some of that respect we've seen from the league. Corey Seager with his wheels, a middle infielder that can run, gets out of the box, gets fooled on the speed, protecting in the 3-2 count, slips coming out of the box. But you know it's do or die as Owings makes the effort, but no way can he get him. I'm not sure even if he picks it cleanly he gets him.
In the meantime, with Ethier off and running on the 3-2 pitch, ball that doesn't travel but maybe 75 feet, Ethier's now at third base. So Seager is living large. Even an infield bleeder drives in a run.
So now he's hit in 8 out of the 9 games he's played at the big league level.
And 11 for his first 27. First and third, and now here's Grandal, who hasn't played in a week. Hasn't had a hit in a month. 0 for his last 33. And 1 for his last 43. That left shoulder has just been tormenting him.
And talking to Nomar, when your back shoulder is hurting, you can't extend your swing. The back goes in and out of the hitting area a lot quicker.
No balls and a strike to Grandal. So the Dodgers with 2 in the top half of the first. Grandal's trying to extend the inning. Ethier at third, Seager at first. Big crowd on hand on this early Saturday night in the desert. 105 outside. There goes the runner. Throw down to second base and safe. Corey Seager with his second big league stolen base. Marcus Patillo, the second base umpire, just called up today. If you were with us last night, Jim Wolf, the home plate umpire, took a foul tip off the mask, and so he is out. And so Patillo, the vacation reliever, with the call.
The Dodgers have been off and running of late. Some of these youngsters, Schebler and Peraza and Seager, have been part of the added speed. There's a slight delay on the field, of course, because Arizona wants to look at the replays, and they're going to let the game continue. Chip Hale saying he's safe.
Now, Patillo, who umpired at AAA this year, well, versed in Corey Seager's life. So it's now second and third with 2 out, and the Dodgers have 2 in, and Grandal takes Hyan in, 2-1. Jock Peterson on deck. 2-1 to Grandal. There's a strike. 2-2. Two balls and 2 strikes to Yasmani Grandal. A.J. Ellis getting the night off tonight. Boy, he needs it too. Popped up. Left side, and the third baseman Lamb will make the play. And that will end the inning. Carl Crawford with his 9th career leadoff home run and his first in 2 years, and the 6th by a Dodger this season, has given the Dodgers a leg up as we go to the bottom of the first. His 9th career leadoff home run and the 6th by the Dodgers this season, and the 3rd in the last 4 games. So Mike Bolsinger has a couple of runs to work with against Chip Hale's club, and here's the lineup that the first-year Diamondback managers put together. A.J. Pollock's the 8th leading hitter in the league. Goldschmidt batting 3rd is 5th, and Peralta in the cleanup spot is the 9th leading hitter. These guys can swat. Castillo with the big home run last night. Lamb at third. Owings at second. Ahmed 4 hits last night. And Ruby De La Rosa pitching and batting ninth against the 27-year-old right-hander, the former Arizona Diamondback, Mike Bolsinger.
And Mike Bolsinger got some support from the Dodgers himself in his last outing. Got roughed up a little bit by San Diego. Went 5 innings, gave up 3 earnings, but they got him 8 runs, so he won that game 8-4. Looking for some more of that support and got 2 already here tonight.
Dodgers faced him last year a couple of times. 1 ball and no strikes. Question is, in the desert, where it's considerably drier, does his very good breaking ball have the desired effect that might have elsewhere?
You're right, Charlie. You know, his slider, the league is hitting 154 off of. The curveball, they're hitting 236. So they all know about 60% of the pitches is going to be one of those 2. Are they going to be sharp enough?
Here in Colorado are the 2 question marks just because of the climate. Into center field. Peterson's got a long way to run, and he tracks it down. Jock Peterson with that lightning first step and all that room there in center field robs Pollock of an extra base hit.
We take a look at this Carlscam replay right here. Jock Peterson's bat might have been silent since the All-Star break, but Carlscam shows the glove is still very, very good. That first step was excellent, and the speed after that, and a very accurate route.
So a very loud first out as Ender Inciarte's coming up. Inciarte at 298. 4 home runs and 39 runs batted in, and he's made life miserable on the Dodgers this year. Inciarte has taken over where Gerardo Parra had been here in Arizona last few years. Outstanding defender is Parra. They feel that Inciarte is probably just a step up. So they like this left-handed hitter at 298, a strike, 1-1.
The big bats that come up behind Inciarte and Pollock with Goldschmidt, Peralta, and Castillo. You want to keep these guys off the bases.
1-1. Here we go. No. Alan Porter, the third base umpire tonight. Porter pressed into duty behind the plate last night when Jim Wolf was injured and took a foul tip right on the mask and had to come out of the game. Inciarte, he has 17 stolen bases. They want to keep him off the base paths, and it's 2-2. In fact, the Diamondbacks have stolen 118 on the year. Inciarte has that little Bryce Harper look about it. Here's a 2-2. Beaten on the breaking ball, and Inciarte didn't like the previous call. Last night we were talking about Jim Wolf, home plate umpire. Was knocked down. He would stay on for a couple of more batters and then come out of the game. Randy Wolf's older brother from the Valley, and now he has got the night off. Paul Goldschmidt with 2 out. Takes high, 1 ball, no strikes.
Those blows to the head are not anything that anybody is taking casually anymore. With the concussion rule in baseball and around the NFL, and good to protect the umpires too.
Only yesterday, Gregor Blanco of the Giants went on the concussion DL. Goldschmidt with 99 runs batted in, 2nd in the league, 5th in the league in average. So Bolsinger is in search of his 7th win. He's got an ERA south of 3. And a 2-0 lead to work with 2 out of the bottom of the 1st. There's a strike. 2-2.
Well, Mike Bolsinger saw high fastballs from Alex Wood getting hit last night, and I'm sure that's a point of emphasis for him to pitch down by the knees today. Fly balls have a tendency to go out of this ballpark. Carries very well.
2-2. Goldschmidt. Fair ball. The Dodgers may never get this guy out again. It is staggering what he has done against the Dodgers. In his career, .336, 18 home runs, 59 runs batted in.
Breaking the ball low and away. Mike Bolsinger has had success with his slider against Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt was 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts against Mike. But right there, Goldschmidt probably studied the tape and was sitting on that one because he hit it like he knew it was coming.
So Goldschmidt, 31 doubles to go with his 28 home runs and 99 runs batted in. And he's been a papa for about 10 days. David Peralta calling time just before Bolsinger throws the pitch. Grandal apparently asked for time. Brian O'Nora said he's the suspect, don't blame me. Grandal, his first game in a week, and he too was on the DL earlier in the year for 7 days with a concussion.
Didn't recognize him back there with the hockey mask. It's the first time I've seen that on him this year.
Yes. There's a strike. 1-1 to Peralta. Peralta's the 9th leading hitter in the league and is tied for first with 9 triples. And runners in scoring position, he's hitting .346. And there is Goldschmidt at second with 2 out. That'll get your attention.
Sure will. I don't care if it's 88 or 98. That'll get you loosened up a little bit. Nice little look right there. Brian O'Nora, the home plate umpire. Oh, yeah. Not even wear an elbow guard there. A lot of guys get pitched in like that. Wear some protection.
Bonds used to wear that armadillo.
Then they had to make the rule that it could only be so far from your skin. Used to get so protrude so far out, it was almost unfair. So they, 1 inch is the distance it has to be from your body.
2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 out. Dodgers with a 2-0 lead. Peralta 14 home runs and 71 runs batted in. This Diamondback team can hit. They scored more runs, have more base hits than any club in the National League. On 2-2 from Bolsinger. In the dirt. Did he go around? No. Porter, the third base umpire, a reprieve from the governor for Peralta, and Wellington Castillo is on deck.
Take a look at the side swing. That's borderline, but it's called a check. Mike Bolsinger doing a good job since giving up the line drive to center field off from A.J. Pollock of getting his breaking ball down. That ball had a tendency to hang up there. Got rescued by a great play from Jock Peterson. Nice job bouncing ever since then.
Chopped to second base. Easy play for Utley. The underhanded flip. So Jock Peterson may be slumping at the plate, not in the field. A.J. Pollock thought he had an extra base hit, but not according to Jock. The 2015 Jeep Cherokee with an EPA estimated 31 highway MPG. It's the perfect choice. Visit Jeep.com today. So the Dodgers with a 2-0 lead. As we head to the second inning, Jock Peterson, Mike Bolsinger, and Carl Crawford will hit in front of a big crowd here at Chase Field, which opened for business in 1998. Peterson at .215, 24 home runs and 50 runs batted in. Dodgers lost a family member today, and it's a tough blow for us. You may have heard of Dave's Diner, which is where all the writers, reporters, broadcasters still eat and always will eat at Dodger Stadium. Dave was Dave Pearson, who was a man who was always smiling, always happy. And he would walk into our little back room. I got some beautiful tri-tip. I got some beautiful lasagna. He never had anything that was less than beautiful, up to and including his personality. He had a warm, wonderful smile. And one of the joys that we've had over the years, every night before every game at Dodger Stadium, Vin and Mo and me and now the late Billy DeLury, we used to have dinner, same table, same corner of the back room, and Dave would come in. We learned about 3-4 months ago that he had cancer, and he had been fighting it and a couple of weeks ago he came in and visited in the back room with us, and here's the 1-2. Peterson fouls it back, and everybody had heard that Dave was in to visit, and in that back room where we would normally eat, all the reporters came in as if to pay homage to Dave. And a couple hours ago, at the age of 76, he lost his battle with cancer. And this is one of those tough days. And one of the great parts about being part of an historic organization like the Dodgers, and Earl, you can speak to that, is that there is this family thread, and it began in Brooklyn long before Jackie, but Jackie was part of that. And then the move out here to the West Coast in '58. And Dave had been with us for such a long time. And Vin and Billy and today we lost a family member, and it's a tough one today. 3-2 to Jock Peterson.
There are those of us with microphones and bats and balls that get famous, and then there are other parts of the Dodger family that are famous on the inside, and Dave was one of those people that is the fabric of the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yeah.
And when you go to the stadium and yourself and Vinny talk about the people you will miss someday because you retire someday, and the friends that you have, from the elevator operators to the ushers to our chef, Dave.
Dave Steiner.
Part of it.
Here's the 3-2. Peterson loops one into left field, and it's going to drop in for a base hit. So Jock Peterson, it was down and away, and he went with the pitch. That's an encouraging sign. A leadoff single in the second.
Dave loved the Dodgers, and he loved to see the Dodgers win, and he loves these young players like Jock Peterson. So for us to pay tribute to him and send out our condolences to his family and our best wishes and love and prayers, it's nice to see Jock get a hit at that time.
Mike Bolsinger coming up. Bolsinger, one sacrifice on the year. Lamb well inside the cutout at third. And Bolsinger's happy to get out of the way of that one.
It's a good job by Mike Bolsinger turning away from this the proper way. Sometimes you have a tendency when the ball and you're staring at it and you just get that deer in the headlights look and you kind of freeze, but Mike had a good reaction to that one.
Crawford on deck, Utley to follow. The Dodgers 2-0. Nobody out in the second. And inside, 2 balls and no strikes. And Wellington Castillo going to go out and soon try to settle De La Rosa down.
Pretty much, let's go. They're trying to give up and out. We still might get the guy at second base, so throw me some strikes. I'm Mike Bolsinger right here, and I'm confident that I can get the bunt down. If it's a borderline pitch, I'm taking it, because there's a chance you can really set the table here if he loses his command.
That's what the Dodgers are banking on. De La Rosa in his 29th start has an ERA of 4.5. He's walked 52 in 173 innings. 2-1. The Diamondbacks 2 under 500 since the All-Star break. 5 under 500 on the season. The 2-1, 2-2.
Advantage De La Rosa got back into the count here with 2 good fastballs. Mike Bolsinger should have been able to get one of those 2 down. This one he ends up taking. That was a perfect pitch to bunt. Real low, so you're probably not going to pop it up, and right down the middle, so you don't have to reach for it. Just flex the knees down a little bit and put the barrel of the bat on it. Now a little more pressure with 2 strikes to get it down.
Bolsinger has 1 hit in 34 at-bats this year. Batting average, you don't want to know. .029. Dodgers already with 5 hits. Scored 2 runs with 4 hits in the first inning and left 2.
Dodgers' reputation for running is something the league is picking up on. Now we're seeing an awful lot of pickoff attempts at first base.
Peterson, who stole 30 last year at AAA, has only 3 out of 9 attempts this year. On 2-2. Well, got the job done. Peterson goes to second on Bolsinger's second sacrifice of the year.
Aggressive defense, but the bunt placement, I guess, in a place where they really didn't come and get him. There was a chance to get the runner at second base. You see how far Jock Peterson was there when they fielded the ball. Lamb did at third, but they decided to go with the casual, easy, conservative out at first.
That's the first out of the second as Carl Crawford steps in. 5th pitch into the game, Crawford hit the 3rd leadoff home run the Dodgers have hit in the last 4 games. And for Carl, the 9th leadoff home run of his career. Now with 4 home runs and 15 runs batted in.
It's good to have Carl back, but he's the kind of bat that he can carry a team when he gets hot.
Nothing in 2.
You talk playoffs, you talk big games. He's had some big games. No situation bothers him.
Brian O'Nora is telling the Dodger bench to zip it. O'Nora, the crew chief in his 16th big league season. He's out of Youngstown, Ohio.
He's not on full rest. He was umping second base last night, so he's on short rest.
On 0-2. Crawford down on strikes. That's the second out of the second, and the first strikeout of the game for De La Rosa.
Second baseman, Chase Utley.
Chase Utley stepping in. He singled to left in his first at-bat and will come around to score on a Seager infield hit.
Utley and O'Nora are having a full conversation. Chase started it. Now O'Nora is cleaning the plate and finishing it. He's probably trying to decompress the umpire before he starts to call balls and strikes for him. Let's not let any of that dugout banter affect what's going on up here.
0-1 to Chase Utley.
Seems like there's a pretty liberal outside corner for Brian O'Nora.
Well, after 16 years in the big leagues, you generally have a pretty good scouting report on what his strike zone is or isn't. Two out, and Peterson's at second base. Utley, since coming to the Dodgers, 2 home runs and 5 runs batted in. And now with that base hit in the first inning, a 9-game hitting streak. Dating back to his days with the Phillies in his last 16 games against the D-backs, .357. To second base. Owings will throw him out, and that's going to do it. Peterson, a leadoff single, stranded at second. We go to the bottom of the second. Castillo, Lamb, and Owings coming up. On September the 16th, first 40,000 fans at Dodger Stadium will receive a bobblehead of 2-time Silver Slugger Award winner Fernando Valenzuela, presented by State Farm. For tickets, go to Dodgers.com/promotions. We'll go to the bottom half of the second inning. Are those the good guys or the bad guys?
You got to believe they're wrestling fans.
Which is the reason I asked the question.
Exactly.
But it's a good look. Wellington Castillo to lead it off. Castillo with a big home run last night. 3-run shot in the first. And it set the table for a bad night at the office and a great night for the D-backs. Boy, what a trade this turned out to be for Arizona. He began the year with the Cubs. They sent him to Seattle, and then from Seattle to Arizona. And now on the season, 19 home runs and 47 runs batted in. There's a strike. 1-2. He has more home runs than any other catcher in the National League this year. 18, 17 of them here. In the hole, it's short. Seager with the long throw. He's not going to be able to get Castillo So an infield hit for the Diamondback catcher.
Corey Seager gets a good jump on this ball. We're going to see the whole thing. Then crosses over and turns to throw it. Just a little off line. On line, he might have got him by a half a step. Outstanding try. Smooth backhand. We've seen him make that play from the hole where he plants. We haven't seen the wrong foot play like that yet.
So the leadoff runner, Castillo, aboard. And Jake Lamb stepping in at 279. Takes high. 1 ball, no strikes. Well, this afternoon, the ultimate good news and bad news for the Toronto Blue Jays. They beat the Yankees in the first of a doubleheader. They lead them 6-3 in the bottom of the 6th at Yankee Stadium. But Troy Tulowitzki, in a collision, suffered a small crack in his left shoulder. He's going to be monitored over the next week, and all the Blue Jays now can do is keep their fingers crossed.
Troy Tulowitzki thought he went to baseball heaven with that trade to get into the race, and then the Blue Jays take off. And now to have an injury bug creep up on him.
It was an ugly collision on a bloop into short center. And he was getting underneath, and the center fielder kind of came in and whiplashed Tulowitzki's back. So they don't know how long he'll be out. 3-1 to Lamb with Chris Owings on deck. There you go. Nope. So now the Diamondbacks have a threat going. First and second, nobody out.
Take a look. You be the umpire, and it looks like it's just as short as the other one we saw from this angle. It's a check swing, so consistency down there at third from Alan Porter.
Well, the check swing and the balk is like art, beauty in the eye of the beholder. And meanwhile, Turner and Grandal go out and try to settle Bolsinger down and try to figure out, okay, if Owings is going to bunt, who's going where?
It'll be interesting if they bunt with the 7, 8, 9 hole coming up, with De La Rosa being the 9, so you don't usually bunt guys over for the pitcher. I think they might swing the bat right here. You definitely have to have it in the back of your mind, but the Dodgers don't look like they're playing bunt.
Owings at 241. Takes high and inside. So the Dodgers kind of hedging their bets at third with Turner even with the bag.
Adrian Gonzalez not smelling bunt at all.
Owings to short. Seager to Utley to Gonzalez.
Another good jump by Corey Seager in the Morongo slow-mo cam replay. A rookie to a veteran to a Gold Glover. And a slow-mo cam deserving Morongo, thank you very much. And thank you, Corey Seager, for starting that double play.
Nick Ahmed stepping in. Against the Dodgers, he is 15 for 43. A .349 average, 3 home runs and 7 runs batted in. He was a triple shy of the cycle last night with 2 doubles, a single, and the home run. Knocked in 3. They keep saying about Ahmed, as they did when Brandon Crawford first showed up, if this guy can hit about 240, he can be in the big leagues for a long time because he's a terrific defender. And it's 0-2.
Reminds you a little bit of David Eckstein. Size and the way he should go about probably his offense. David turned into a dead pull hitter, like to pull the ball down the left field line, and be the toughest strikeout in the world, and don't double him up. Ahmed probably wants to stay away from hitting the ball in the air, even though he has a few home runs.
On 0-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ruby De La Rosa's on deck. They don't have to give Ahmed anything good. De La Rosa, you're looking at him, he's batting 103.
2 strategies there. Of course, you don't want to give him anything good to hit, but you sure would like to get him out and have the pitcher lead off next inning. So a little bit of risk reward.
Ahmed on 1-2. Stays alive.
That's an outstanding pitcher's pitch right there. You don't want to give in to him, of course, with the pitcher on deck, but you want to get him out on a pitcher's pitch and throws that breaking ball. That's going to be a story here tonight. Will Arizona chase the breaking ball for a ball? Because when you throw it for a strike in this thin air, it has a tendency to hang up, and we've seen that with Mike Bolsinger. But the ones that he's thrown down, bounced, had them chased. Those have been the effective ones.
A ball and 2 strikes to Ahmed. Now it's 2-2.
Ball is just inside. Outstanding pitch again, working the edges, ahead in the count, man on third, 2 out. It's a good shot, but it's a ball.
Now 3-2.
Nice block by Yasmani Grandal right there, saving a run. Don't give in. Pitcher on deck. Trust your catcher.
So Grandal putting the chest protector to work.
A.J. Ellis did that enough last night.
On 3-2.
Boy, he got away with one right there. They're trying to go 3-2 breaking ball, low and away for a ball. Hope he chases, and this one just comes out of Mike Bolsinger's hand a little early and just hangs up there and ends up right down the middle. You get the ball back, you breathe a sigh of relief, and you refocus.
And this will be the 8th pitch of this at-bat. Castillo leads off third. So Bolsinger loses the battle. Second walk of the inning. First and third, 2 out. And De La Rosa's coming up.
Number 12, Ruby De La Rosa.
38 pitches through not quite 2 innings. De La Rosa has thrown 48 in his 2 innings of work. Six of his 9 career base hits for De La Rosa have come this year in 58 at-bats.
Mike Bolsinger having a tendency to overthrow his breaking balls right now. Don Mattingly, they're trying to figure out where they want to play Adrian, and also where Jock Peterson in center field. They want to move him around. Outfield playing shallow.
6 singles, 2 RBIs for De La Rosa, who loops one down the right field line. There's an awful lot of Dodger blue present tonight at Chase Field, the home of the Diamondbacks. Just listening to the crowd, it seems like 50-50.
It's a really nice crowd. Feel a lot better. Mike Bolsinger gets this guy out. He's having a tendency right now to really overthrow his pitches. Talk about the focus should be on keeping the ball down. Well, throwing the breaking ball and overthrowing the fastball, and both of them are up lately.
A.J. Pollock on deck, the 1-1. There's a strike. 1-2. A single, a walk, a double play, and another walk. 2-0 Dodgers, 2 out bottom of the second, and De La Rosa will live to see another pitch. Above and beyond wanting to get out of the inning, A.J. Pollock, 8th leading hitter in the league, is on deck.
He scorched his out in the first inning.
The 1-2. Slowly hit to second. Utley, underhanded flip. That'll do it. So the Diamondbacks threaten. Leave 2. Will go to the third. And Gonzalez, Turner, and Ethier will bat.
Far into this game, and Charlie and Oriole were talking about the amount of stolen bases earlier in the broadcast. They now have 21 stolen bases in their last 14 games. In fact, they lead all of Major League Baseball in stolen bags since August 29th. And a lot of people thought perhaps the Dodgers were going earlier in the count or even on first pitch. I talked to Davey Lopes about it, the first base coach with the club. He said it's really all about the pitcher's tendency. He said, watch what it gives you earlier. The faster you can capitalize it, the better. He said, because if you wait too long, it could be one pitch too late. It's just another dimension. It's certainly been an emphasis all season long, although it feels about the last 3 weeks that it's been more of an execution. He said it's something else for teams to worry about when it comes to it. He's like, you have to anticipate what the pitcher is going to do. All about those tendencies, guys.
In the first 127 games, the Dodgers stole 31. They have now stolen 21 in their last 12-plus games. So Davey Lopes, the mentor to these now running Dodgers. Adrian Gonzalez fouled out at his first at-bat, and the shift is on, and it's a strike, 0-1. As a pitcher, how do you counteract a team that is now more likely to steal than they had been before?
Well, they're definitely going to pay attention more. They're going to be quicker to the plate. And as you bring focus on running earlier and running more often, they're going to bring focus to paying more attention.
Turner on deck and Ethier to follow. But when you're out on the hill and you know they're just itching to steal off it, how much focus does that take away from you trying to execute each pitch? And what do you do, if anything, to counteract that? Or you just say, all right, if you can steal, go ahead. Well hit to right. Adrian Gonzalez has just hit a home run. His 27th of the year. And the Dodgers now have a 3-0 lead. And that is the 31st home run given up by De La Rosa, the most in the National League.
Really amazing piece of hitting to get on top of this. This pitch is up and he gets on top of it. Watch him keep his hands above the ball. The barrel drops slightly, and look how fast it gets out of here. Arcing, majestic home run. And we've seen plenty of those from Adrian Gonzalez.
Does sound like a home crowd, doesn't it? Justin Turner drills one into center field for a base hit. Turner 1 for 2. Last night, before the second inning was out, every Diamondback position player had a base hit. Here we are, nobody out in the third. Every position player but Grandal has a hit. The Dodgers extracting some revenge here tonight.
You talk about how long is the hangover when you get beat 12-4, and it really felt like it was 12-0 until the Ruggiano grand slam, but that was inconsequential. It didn't take the Dodgers long to turn the page.
Ethier with a base hit in his first at-bat, takes high and away. Again, the Dodgers have been playing with a great luxury here over the last 10 days or so. They've got a 7.5 game lead on the Giants with 22 to play. But now, lurking off in the distance, how are the Mets doing? Because in all likelihood, the Dodgers and the Mets, unless something unforeseen happens, will face one another in the first round of the playoffs. Dodger record coming into the game 80-60. The Mets are 80-61. The sun is beginning to set here in Phoenix. And so home field advantage in both the Dodgers and the Mets have far better records at home than they do on the road. Pollock's got a long way to run, and he can't get it. Turner rounding third, and he will be sent home. The throw to the plate is not in time. Ethier doubles home Turner, and the Dodgers are getting to their former mate, Ruby De La Rosa. 4 runs and 8 hits already, and still nobody out in the third.
They're doing a good job hitting the fastball. I don't care if it's 93 or 95. Again, Ethier, what a smooth swing, using the opposite field, not pulling off of that. And Justin Turner did a nice job striding out through the bases. Ron Renneke at third, making one of his first aggressive calls since we've seen him over there. You see Turner's not a burner, but he's striding it out, and Ron Renneke knows that the piano's not going to jump on Justin's back, doesn't slow down, and makes it in with the slide and then the reach to avoid the tag.
So 3 hits in a row for the Dodgers here in the third. The Gonzalez home run, Turner's line single to center, and Andre Ethier knocking home his 44th run of the season. And the Dodgers are getting to Ruby De La Rosa early and often.
Corey Seager here, a youngster trying to get him over to third.
He had an infield hit and drove in a run in his first at bat, and he has to get out of the way. And a warning has just been issued. Brian O'Nora thinking there was intent. Now, Mattingly is out and angry. Chip Hale is coming out, and he's going to get his pitcher out of there. Hale has already looked to the bullpen and pointed out there. Andrew Chafin, left-handed pitcher, is warming up.
I'd be mad if I was Don Mattingly too. That looked like a total purpose pitch, and picking on a rookie like this, we are so fortunate. This ball, he gets out of the way. Fantastic reactions by Corey Seager. Terrible intentions by De La Rosa. I know you cannot get inside somebody's head, but somebody's down 4-0 this early in the game, has given up a few home runs, and all of a sudden throws the first pitch up and in like that. You can attribute some intent to that.
Hale stays with De La Rosa, but he came sprinting out after that very first pitch. Look to the bullpen. Andrew Chafin, the lefty, warming. Grandal, switch hitter on deck. 1 ball, no strikes. Foul back and out of play. 1-1.
Good for you, Corey Seager, to cut it loose right there and have enough between the ears and guts to hang in there and swing the bat right there.
Well, that pitch did not appear to be an accident.
I don't think it was an accident at all.
1-1 with Ethier leading from second. Base hit into center field. So Corey Seager gets a knockdown pitch and responds with a base hit to center. He's 2 for 2, his second RBI of the night. It is 5-0 Dodgers. As if to say, take that, Ruby De La Rosa. And now Chip Hale is going to come and get him.
Outstanding base hit. I don't care if you're a professional baseball player, you've been exposed to knockdowns before. It still takes some guts and some professionalism to get right back in there and compete. And Corey Seager says, I've got what it takes.
So De La Rosa knocked out without retiring a batter in the third. The Dodgers lead 5-0. Seager 2 for 2. 2 more RBIs. Grandal will hit against Chafin when we come back.
Catcher Yasmani Grandal.
You're looking at Andrew Chafin out of Kent State. Well, Ruby De La Rosa's shortest outing of his career, 2+, and to this point 5 runs and 9 base hits. Chafin in his 57th appearance. Opponents hitting just 203 against him. In 68 innings, he has struck out 50. And he'll be facing Yasmani Grandal and Jock Peterson and Mike Polsing. So De La Rosa, of those 9 hits, 1 was harder than the next. 2 home runs, a double, and Seager at first base gets one up in the noggin, gets out of the way. 2 pitches later, bang, he singles to center and drives in a run and chases De La Rosa. Meanwhile, Grandal is looking for a hit. If you've seen one, he'd be happy to take it. Hasn't played in a week and has 1 hit in the last month. Left shoulder has just been too tough for him. There's a strike. 1-1.
His first at bat popped up to third, hitting from the left side. Now against a left-hander, hitting from the right side. So that sore shoulder is on the bottom hand.
Peterson on deck. And Seager back with a head first slide.
A few things about that Seager at bat that was really good. Man on second, no out. He's trying to move the runner over to third. He gets knocked down by his head on the first pitch, comes back on the next pitch, and swings aggressively and fouls it off, and then is not staying back and making sure the next one's not at his head. He's swinging aggressively, pulls the ball to get the runner over, but also drives him in. Hits it to the correct side of the field.
And hit it right on the button. So he's 2 for 2. And he's lifted his average to 429 with an on-base percentage of 529. Can't be that easy.
Were there some scouting reports when he was in the minors that he needs a new challenge?
When he was at Double-A, when he was just tearing it up in April or May, Razor Shines, the manager down there. So, how's he doing? The response was he needs a new challenge. A couple of days later, he was at Triple-A. He's 21. Two balls and 2 strikes to Grandal. Still nobody out. 3 in here in the third. Three balls and 2 strikes.
We're not quite there yet, but turnabout's fair play. Dodgers losing 12-4 yesterday. Look like they want to put that same kind of lashing on the Diamondbacks tonight.
This is a team, the Diamondbacks, the Dodgers have dominated over the last 3 years. 31-11. Grandal fouls it off. It's a pretty good rip. 3-2.
Part of this slump is not only not getting hits, but fouling off the pitches that you normally square up and get for hits. So you say, oh, he's looking better. He's starting to foul the ball off, prepare to swing and miss, but a lot of times you don't get another pitch to hit.
Down on strikes. And so Grandal's miseries continue. He is hitless in his last 35 at-bats.
Jock Peterson.
Can't blame him.
It's a very humbling game.
Jock Peterson. Took a pitch down and away and hit it to left for a base hit in his first at-bat. Peterson with the hit increases his average to 217. Bolsinger is on deck. So the Dodgers chase De La Rosa 2+ innings. Laying off the breaking ball.
Jock has kind of morphed into another stance here. Remember, he had his bat real flat the last few games he's played. And he also had a little bit more of a crouch, and the spine was tilted forward towards the plate. Now back to more of the upright bat and the upright spine.
1-1.
Continue to experiment and look for something that's not only comfortable but functional.
.24 home runs and 50 runs batted in for Peterson. D-backs have the shift on in the infield, straight away in the outfield. To right field and deep. Peterson has just hit a home run. A 2-run shot. The 3rd home run of the night for the Dodgers. For Peterson, his 25th. And the rout is on. It is 7-0. Still only 1 out in the 3rd.
Stance just became comfortable, and with the flight of the ball, it just became very functional. Hanging breaking ball that he gets all of. Same trajectory and same time as Adrian Gonzalez's blast. Two of them approximately in the same place.
So 3 home runs for the Dodgers tonight, 168 on the year. And Bolsinger living large with a 7-run lead.
Like Bolsinger got some nice run support against San Diego. They won 8-4 in this game where he went 5 innings, gave up 3. And some more of that same support, back-to-back starts.
Well, the Dodgers certainly hoping that he can give them a little more length than in the last start when he went but 5 innings. Give the bullpen a breather. Down on strikes. That's a second out of the inning.
Good for Jock Peterson. Have some smiles compared to the times where he's been in the slump in the second half. Always good to be making changes and get some success.
So with 2 out, Carl Crawford, who's played home run derby tonight. In fact, on the 5th pitch of the game, he smacked his 4th home run of the year. 3 of the last 4 games lead off home runs for the Dodgers. And 3 different guys to do it. Crawford tonight, Schebler on Wednesday, Ruggiano on Tuesday. Back in 1951 on consecutive games, Carl Furillo lead off home runs against the Cubs. 1-1. This Dodger group, 64 years later, 3 leadoff home runs in the last 4 games. 1-2. Giants and Padres are scoreless in the 2nd inning in San Francisco. The Mets and Braves are tied at 4 in the bottom of the 8th in Atlanta. And Crawford down on strikes. And that's going to do it. So Adrian Gonzalez led off the 3rd inning with his 26th home run. And then it was Jock Peterson's turn. Peterson his 25th. And the Dodgers are sitting pretty, leading 7-0. Savings are big at Toyota's Clearance Countdown, going on now. Well, Jock Peterson, with his 25th home run of the year, he's tied for 2nd most home runs ever by a Dodger rookie. Del Bissonette back in 1928 hit 25. Mike Piazza, of course, hit 35 in 1993. And the home run off the lefty Chafin. Bolsinger's first pitch of the third to the Diamondbacks leadoff hitter A.J. Pollock. It is a strike, and it's 0-1. Pollock whistled a line drive to deep center field, slight right center. And Peterson made a terrific catch in the bottom half of the first. So Jock's having a good night. He's 2 for 2 and an outstanding defensive play. Pollock swings and misses, and it's 0-2.
Much better breaking ball right there to Pollock compared to the one that started Jock's highlight film for the night. That was a hanger.
Ender Inciarte is on deck. Bolsinger on 0-2. Just outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
0-2 fastball in. After both benches have been worn because of the knockdown of Corey Seager. It's hard to pull the trigger and really miss in then.
Pollock fouls it off.
That's why Don Mattingly was so mad, because immediately after one shot, your team doesn't have any chance for retaliation, or you really take aggressiveness away from your pitcher on the mound with a lead, with his ability to pitch inside.
Well, the baseball folklore is that each side will take care of itself, self-policing. Into right. Ethier's there. First out of the third.
Take a look at Mike Bolsinger, unscathed so far tonight, but at times when the breaking ball is up, that's when he's going to have a chance to give up some loud outs. And that last out there, this play by Jock on that A.J. Pollock, this foul ball with 2 out and a man on third, but then when he gets the ball down and sharp, make it look like a strike, end up a ball, that's when he has his best outing. So the story will be, will Arizona chase when it's down and low, or will they wait for him to leave the ball up and try and climb back in this game?
The cat and mouse game is Ender Inciarte, a strikeout victim in his first at bat. Having a really solid year. Takes a strike, 0-1. Faking the bunt, Turner came sprinting in from third. Seven runs and 10 hits for the Dodgers. Into left and an easy play for Crawford. Last night, after 3 innings, Diamondbacks had 10 runs and 11 hits. Tonight, the Dodgers have 7 runs and 10 hits, with 2 out in the third. Goldschmidt a double in his first at bat, and it looks like a double in his second at bat. We're never going to get this guy out ever again. It is unbelievable what he's able to do to the Dodgers night in and night out.
It's almost a mirror image of his first at bat. Hit the ball right down the line on a breaking ball. The first at bat was a slider. This one is a curveball. Looks like he has just cut the field in half and just said, I'm going to get breaking balls and I'm going to hit the ball to right field. And he has scorched 2 balls down into the right field corner.
Because I am Goldie. Nobody calls him Paul around here. Nobody calls him, it's Goldie. And Goldie is tearing up the Dodgers. Peralta bounced to second base at his first at bat. David Peralta, 1 ball, no strikes. Sure, everybody had it figured out Peralta would be the top 10 in hitting in the final month of the season, but he is. At 306 at the moment.
I'm not sure anybody predicted Arizona to be the #1 run scoring team in the National League.
Most runs, most hits. third in on base percentage, third in average. Yeah, if they can fortify their pitching over the winter. Easy play for Gonzalez, that'll do it. No runs and a hit. Will go to the fourth. Dodgers 7-0. The Dodgers play the Rockies. Hey, it's this Monday. And pick up your Eric Gagne pin, number 7 in the Cy Young Pin Collector Series, presented by 76. For more information, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Don't look now, as the Dodgers and their fans have plenty to smile about, but in the National League Central Division, Cardinals lost 2 more today, swept by the Reds. Pirates are beating up on Milwaukee 10-1. By the end of the day, Pittsburgh will be 2.5 back. The Dodgers, in the meantime, of course, begin the night with a 7.5 game lead over the Giants. Only the Kansas City Royals have a larger lead in their division. Actually, now the Mets are 8.5 in front of a fast-fading Washington Nationals team. I mean, they are pulling the Thelma and Louise in D.C.
I don't think the Mets expected to be there. And I know Washington didn't expect to be there.
They were coronated the World Series title in spring training. Best laid plans. Now Chase Utley has a single and a run scored in 2 at-bats. Dodgers 7 runs and 10 hits. And Utley takes a strike. It's 0-1. Andrew Chafin on in relief of Ruby De La Rosa. Now it's Keith Hessler on in relief of Chafin. No balls, and make that 1 ball, 1 strike. Hessler, one of 13 pitchers in the Diamondback bullpen.
It's one thing to have a full bullpen. It's another thing to know when your guys come in, are they going to be sharp and ready to get enough work? There's a balance between loading up the pen and having somebody that actually is in rhythm.
Utley is done.
I know Chase Utley gets punched out right here on this swing, but he has been a great acquisition by our baseball people to have him here to fill in and to shine while we wait for Howie Kendrick, who is getting closer.
When they say closer, what does that mean? They don't know.
He's running at full speed now, and his speed is increasing, but he's still feeling something in there.
Short hop play, and Gonzalez is swinging. And then when he returns, and again, after tonight, 21 games remain.
Third baseman Justin Turner.
And you're looking at the postseason in all probability. What do they do? He hasn't worked in a month. Utley right now is riding a 9-game hitting streak.
Probably play some games with AAA Oklahoma City in their playoffs. They're done now. It's right. They might even have to go to A-ball.
In fact, Oklahoma City got eliminated last night. Round Rock took them out. He's been running. He's been doing all the rehab work he can do. But seeing live pitching and running like you mean it are two different things. Same question surrounds Jimmy Rollins and Corey Seager. All Seager is doing, he's getting on base practically every at-bat. But, of course, Rollins was brought over because of his postseason experience. Still has that bad right index finger knuckle.
And Don Mattingly's media scrum today, he was asked about that, and he said, you know, Jimmy Rollins is our starter as soon as he comes back. Corey Seager will be there to give him a day off and to give Justin Turner, who's at the plate right now, a day off here and there.
Three balls and no strikes. 3-1.
There's a lot of flexibility. The Dodgers move on to the playoffs, what they can do with the roster, and part of what's going on right now, evaluating bullpen pieces, getting people healthy, watching some of these youngsters perform under pressure, and they be consistent when all of a sudden maybe the opposing pitchers start doing different things to them after they see what they've been hitting.
Turner takes a walk with 2 out.
Ongoing evaluation all the time.
Right fielder Andre Ethier.
Not a development league, and definitely a production league, and especially when you're headed into September and October.
Well, a manager is almost always going to say, well, this veteran is going to get his job back when he is ready. Then there's that inevitable little asterisk at the bottom of the page. But the other guy's hitting 650. Then what do you do? We'll find out soon enough. So you hear stuff from managers, and they're going to say stuff so as to not gum up the works. But on the other hand, there is always that little out just in case. The Ethier double in the 3rd inning. He's 1 shy of 300 and 34 shy for most doubles ever by a Los Angeles Dodger. That'll end the inning. No runs, no hits, a walk, and a man left. After 3.5, Dodgers 7-0.
18th start of the season for the Los Angeles Dodgers. And after being recalled on September 1st when the rosters expanded, he really hasn't had a definitive day when he was going to pitch. And it's actually been something that's a recent thing for him, because there's certainly not a certainty whether they're going to have, who the 4th or 5th starters are in the postseason, if they make the postseason at all. I asked Mike Bolsinger about that earlier today, whether there is an uneasiness for him as to whether or not he's going to pitch, when he's going to pitch, how he's going to be used. He says no. He did say, though, that he is feeling like he is auditioning, and he said, I don't care where they want me as long as I can try to make that postseason roster, guys.
Wellington Castillo to lead off in the bottom half of the 4th. Bolsinger, so far so good tonight with a breaking ball, 0-1. Castillo, an infield hit in his first at-bat. Bolsinger, no runs and 3 hits. He has struck out 1, walked 2. And his next pitch will be his 56th. Castillo, Lamb, and Owings will bat. And it's low and outside.
Anytime you're the possible 4th or 5th starter, and when you get to the playoffs, sometimes they definitely don't use the 5th starter, but you use the 4th starter. I think Mike Bolsinger knows he's auditioning not only for a possible starter, but I think to be a bullpen piece.
1-1 is outside. 2-1.
He has shown he can pitch out of the bullpen, and he's shown first time around the order it's hard for hitters to get a read on his slider and his curveball.
Castillo takes high.
I wouldn't even be surprised if Mike Bolsinger could be used out of the bullpen as somebody in the 6th and 7th inning, just for 1 inning.
Well, after the performance last night from Wood, you would think that Wood and Bolsinger are now trying to elbow one another out of the way for that 4th spot. Wood got cuffed around badly last night. 8 runs and 10 hits in an inning and 2/3.
Yeah. Alex Wood is now 10-10 with a 3.81, and the average National League ERA is 3.91. So he's still better than the average, and that's pretty much what you look for in your 4 and 5 starters, is somebody who can just be solid, not take the club backwards, not burn your bullpen, and perform at a level that you got an opportunity, a chance to win most of the games that you pitch, and you're going to get beat up sometimes. We saw Clayton Kershaw, who won an MVP last year, got beat up in 1 or 2 outings.
Now Jake Lamb coming up. Lamb walked in his first at-bat. Giants and Padres scoreless in the 3rd in San Francisco. Bumgarner going for the Giants. And there's a strike, 0-1. Ian Kennedy going for San Diego. Mets are leading the Braves 5-4 in the 9th in Atlanta. 0-1. Line base hit into left. So the Diamondbacks have a little something going here in the 4th. The leadoff walk and the single by Lamb.
Yeah, the theme I introduced at the beginning of the game was the breaking ball for a strike just get hit hard, or do the Arizona Diamondbacks chase the breaking balls when they're down? Well, there was a nice piece of hitting on the breaking ball for a strike, and we've seen that twice from Paul Goldschmidt. The good thing for Mike Bolsinger is those hits have been coming with 2 out, nobody on. So here it really sets the table for the Diamondbacks.
Chris Owings bounced into a double play in his first at-bat. After 1st and 2nd, nobody out. And takes up and in, 1 ball and no strikes. Owings with 4 home runs on the year. Castillo with catcher's speed at 2nd, Lamb at 1st. There's a strike on the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike.
The fastball location, I think, is going to be the thing that gets him out of this inning. Diamondbacks look like they are sitting on the off-speed stuff now.
Outfield is deep and straight away. Crawford, Peterson, and Ethier. Line drive, base hit into left field. Castillo will be held at 3rd, and now the Diamondbacks have the bases loaded and nobody out.
Watching guys take fastballs and swing at breaking balls, it's got to tell you something about the mindset of the opposing team. Here, another breaking ball for a strike. And they seem to be right on it. A couple of line drives on those breaking balls. Now we're looking for a ground ball with the bases loaded, no out. And if you're the Dodgers with a 7-0 lead and you're Mike Bolsinger on the mound in this jam, you're trading outs for runs.
Peter O'Brien is in the on-deck circle to pinch hit for Hessler. In the meantime, the Dodgers facing Ahmed walked in his first at-bat, 4 for 4 last night, and he takes a strike, 0-1. Ahmed hit 186 in August. He's hitting 435 this month. Nothing in 2. Last night, Nick Ahmed in the second inning. His 9th home run of the year. And he has become a Dodger killer. He's 15 for 43 against the Dodgers. That's a .349 clip with 3 home runs and 7 runs batted in. About .215 against everybody else. Way upstairs and outside.
A little more conviction on the pitch. Bases loaded, no out. 0-2 count. Something a little closer than that
one. A right-hander, Silvino Bracco, warming in the Arizona bullpen. Fly ball, right center. Peterson taking charge. Tagging and scoring is Castillo. First out of the inning, first run of the game for the Diamondbacks. The Dodger lead is 7-1.
That's a good trade if you're the Dodgers and Mike Bolsinger. Taken out for a run, first and second, 1 out, 7-1 lead. Continue to attack the strike zone, look for outs. Now you don't have to trade an out for a run. The only way they're going to score is a base hit. Look to get the hitter out.
Well, here's Peter O'Brien. He came over from the Yankees at the trade deadline last year for Martin Prado. And last night, a pinch hit RBI single in his major league debut. His average can go nowhere but down. First and second, 1 out, 1 in the 4th. Just to our right. And it's 0-1.
O'Brien has tremendous power. Likes the ball up, likes to extend his arms.
Grew up around Miami, did O'Brien. Big fella, 6'4", 235. Played collegiately at Miami. The runners will advance. Throw the wild pitch.
You get your breaking ball down. Don't leave it in the middle of the plate for a strike. It's a good job. Yasmani will tell you he should have blocked that a little better, made it lay right in front of him, but the flex often gets far enough away that the runners can advance. You're trying to make that hit you, but hit softly when you're blocking that ball.
Second and third. A base hit could plate 2. 2-1.
That's a good shot in there by Mike Bolsinger. He's thrown some nice fastballs into right-handed hitters and just missed on the inside corner, but he cannot give up on that pitch. Can't just immediately default to his breaking ball. Every once in a while, he's got to double up in there.
A.J. Pollock on deck. In the hole, into left for a base hit. Lamb will score. Owings held at third. It is now 7-2. And they're beginning to get to Bolsinger.
The youngster is now 2 for 2 as Don Mattingly and Rick Honeycutt grind on what they're going to do in the bullpen. Justin Turner in to talk. Checking the lineup, checking where the arms are and who they can use. Breaking ball again. You see it kind of stay up and on the outer half of the plate. Like I said, maybe every once in a while we're going to have to double up on that fastball in, because it just seems like the immediate pattern is show a fastball, throw a breaking ball, and the Diamondbacks, including their young rookie, on that slider.
And the location of that breaking ball's got to be better than it's been. First and third with one out. It's now 7-2. And A.J. Pollock is coming up. Pollock is 0 for 2, robbed of a hit. Beautiful catch in the first inning by Jock Peterson. Then he flied to right. Infield back, outfield deep. Pollock at 312. Fly ball, right field. Retreating is Ethier. Plenty of room. He'll make the catch. Tagging and scoring is Owings. A third run of the fourth. It is now 7-3.
Winning baseball is trading outs for runs, and that's another good situation for Mike Bolsinger to get that out. Still have a 4-run lead. Get your team in the dugout with a 4-run lead. The benefit of the great offense is you've got some room. You're spending the equity, but you're still on top.
Ender Inciarte is 0 for 2. Dodgers 7 runs and 10 hits. The Diamondbacks 3 runs and 6. Goldschmidt is on deck. Well, there's Jim Johnson warming up. Pitched an inning last night. Gave up a run and a couple of hits. Again, one of the things the Dodgers really wanted out of Bolsinger was some length tonight. His last start. 5 innings against San Diego. He's getting cuffed around here in the fourth. Fair ball. O'Brien going to third. The throw comes into second. The Diamondbacks have runners at second and third, 2 out. Inciarte 1 for 3, a double.
Went from a very comfortable lead to trading outs for runs to get your team in the dugout with up 4 runs, and now almost a must get out. And I'm thinking they will probably make Paul Goldschmidt stand over there at first base the way he's hit Mike Bolsinger so far. Bolsinger finally gets a ground ball, but it chops off the area around home plate over Justin Turner's head, having to play in because Inciarte's speed. And the Diamondbacks make it second and third.
So they're going to pitch to Goldschmidt. Now the Dodgers are going to buy some time. J.P. Howell is quickly going to work. Dodgers are going to sing and dance for their supper here. Get Howell as warm and ready as humanly possible. Presumably they will intentionally walk Goldschmidt. Peralta will hit, and then Howell come in to pitch. At least that is what appears to be in the mind of Mattingly. And Honeycutt will filibuster out there as long as he can. How many pitches, how many minutes does a guy like Howell have to throw to be ready?
I think J.P. Howell will be ready for the next hitter for sure. Already on the mound, he's a very loose individual. He understands his role in the bullpen and what's going down there. Last night, even in the middle of the game when it wasn't really his time, he was already jogging, stretching, and getting ready. You could take a lot of time right here if you want to pitch around Goldschmidt or intentionally walking, but it looks like for right now they're going to pitch to him.
Two on, two out. Outside and low, 1 ball and no strikes. David Peralta, very tough out. But doesn't hit nearly as well against left-handed pitching as he does right on deck. 2 balls and no strikes, and maybe this is one of those unintentional intentional walks.
I think you're right, Charlie. This is 4 fastballs away wide, and now we're going to make it intentional.
Yep. Now they'll finish it off. And the Diamondback fans are booing, and then the question is, well, what would you expect the Dodgers to do? And now Mattingly is going to tap dance a little bit, take his time, come out of the dugout. Randall is killing some time. Gonzalez is killing some time. Imagine there's a call down to Chuck Krim. Is JP ready to go? And he's going with the lefty. It'll be J.P. Howell to face David Peralta, who will be the tying run at the plate. And we're just in the bottom of the 4th with 2 out. Dodgers lead 7-3. For great offers on our most exciting lineup ever, shop at ChooseNissan.com. There are moments in a game that can happen as early as, say, the 4th inning, like right now, that become potential turning points in a game. The Dodgers had a 7-0 lead. Bolsinger runs out of steam here in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Arizona comes up with 3. Now J.P. Howell, the lefty, facing the left-handed hitting David Peralta. Peralta suddenly is the tying run at the plate. And this is a pivotal moment. We'll see how it plays out. Peralta's bounced to second and bounced to first. O'Brien at third. Inciarte is at second. Goldschmidt is at first. Peralta, first pitch swinging, bloops one into center field, and it's going to be cut off in front of Peterson by Carl Crawford. And the Dodgers breathe a sigh of relief. There's no way that Peterson could get it, but the angle by Crawford, the Dodgers get out of the inning. Lead 3, the Diamondbacks do. They score 3. We'll go to the 5th, and the Dodgers lead by 4. Seager nearly took one up around the helmet. Seager, undeterred, 2 pitches later, gets a little retribution against De La Rosa. Singles in a run. Seager 2 for 2, 2 RBIs tonight. And that is our Arco top-tier play. That was big-time stuff.
It was outstanding. Young man, you get a ball up around your face at the beginning of this, what should be an amazing career. It's scary for the Dodgers, for Dodger fans. He hung in there. There was no fear in that body.
Well, the man whose mechanics look like the old Iron Mike machine, Josh Colmenter, making his 37th appearance. In 111 innings, he has struck out 57. Talk about an overhand delivery.
The way you change your arm angle this much, yes, it's overhand, but then you got to tilt your spine to get up that high.
It's worked for him as a starter and a reliever. And the Dodgers have seen him a lot over the years. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Of course, Seager has not. Corey 2 for 2. A hit and 3 walks last night. 2 hits tonight. And a strike on the outside corner. 1-1. So Seager at the moment is hitting a meager .429. Off to the left. A long run. And neither made the play. Shades of Steve Bartman down there. And Moises Alou.
David Peralta not smiling about it, but 2 fans here wearing Diamondback hats are smiling about it. Now, there's no fan interference once the ball is in the stands, but the players right here think they can as he's reaching over. I don't think they're in the field of play. This is a better angle to tell. Oh, yes,
yeah,
they reached into the field of play. That is fan interference.
Drilled to right. Corey Seager with his first big league home run. He has been on base in 7 consecutive plate appearances. 3 for 3 tonight. The Dodgers lead 8-3. I don't know if a star is born, but a star is here. Fellas, the boy hit a home run. Fellas. Fellas. You want to give me a silent treatment? Fine. I can deal with that. Fellas. And now, finally.
A pitch later, the high fives come.
What a week it's been. How much fun has it been to watch this kid explode before our very eyes. And it wasn't a bad silent treatment either. But how cool is he? Okay, fine. I'll just stick by the batting. They'll come to me eventually because they have to. I'm Corey Seager.
He's got a brother that's a big leaguer. He knows about silent treatment, whether it's been in the minors or at this level, and it's completely out of respect and fun. Nothing has fazed that young man. From AAA Player of the Year to the scouting reports to all the hype.
Meanwhile, Grandal out on strikes, but in the wheelhouse. Yet another moment Corey Seager will never forget. We're watching something special. And there wasn't much doubt when the ball collided with the bat.
Oh, it's just, is it going to stay fair?
Alana on Seager.
Well, Don Mattingly was saying earlier, as you guys were talking about, that when Jimmy Rollins comes back, he will not hesitate to put Rollins back at short, and then Corey Seager will just spell Rollins or Turner at third base. But he said, I certainly am never nervous putting him out there. Not even in a playoff environment. When he was asked about that, he says he does not make me nervous. He has a gonzo heartbeat, guys. He said the game is just slow to him. He has low blood pressure. He said he'll live to be 108 if he keeps playing this way.
We should all be so lucky. Corey Seager. Meanwhile, Jock Peterson, no balls, 2 strikes, and 1 out. 8-3 Dodgers. Not only was it a big home run, the first and all of that, it kind of sutured the wound of Arizona having scored 3 in the bottom half of the 4th. For those of you who keep score of such things, the ball traveled 422 feet, and it left the bat at 110 miles an hour. I guess that's good. As long as it gets over the fence by an inch, the rest of it is just window dressing.
We have guys that have fast bats. When they make contact, it leaves fast.
Just has to be an inch over the wall. 1-2 to Peterson. Loops one to short. It's going to be a tough play. The long throw not going to be in time. Meanwhile, Jock Peterson is 3 for 3. That was spinning like a gyroscope.
Yes, he went to the opposite field, but he really does get jammed, but he turns the jam into a sandwich. That's a base hit.
So Chris Heisey is going to pinch hit for J.P. Howell. And we may look back on Howell and the one and only pitch he made to David Peralta with the bases loaded and 2 out to end the 3-run rally in the 4th inning. That stopped the bleeding, and the Dodgers come back with a run in the 5th.
JP has now inherited 37 runners, and only 8 have scored. And that was a big 3 to rescue.
So Heisey pinch hitting for Howell. And Scott Schebler is on deck. 1 out, 1 on, 1 in, top of the 5th, 8-3. As he takes a strike, it's 1-1. Giants have a 4-0 lead in the 4th inning against the Padres, and Bumgarner is going. The Mets have beaten the Braves 6-4. Castillo keeps the ball in front of him.
So we've played 4 1/3 innings. We've had 6 pitchers already. The Dodgers are going to put their 7th on the mound next inning.
That's small potatoes compared to what we had in Anaheim. Socia used 9 and Mattingly used 7.
Hang on, there might be more news.
Oh man, that one lasted 3 hours and 52 minutes.
If it ends up a W, I'm so glad.
2 balls and a strike, and Heisey with a fly ball into short right center. And now Schebler coming up. Pinch hitting for Crawford, who led off the game with a home run. 5th pitch of the game. The Dodgers took a lead that they have enjoyed ever since. for Schebler in his first week.
This makes me worried a little bit about Carl Crawford. Why is he getting taken out? 8-3. Did something happen on that play where he caught that ball coming in to end the last inning? Did he feel something? Total speculation, but I think it's a little odd to have him get pinch hit for right here.
So the Iowa Hawkeye Schebler, who hit a leadoff home run on Wednesday night in Anaheim. Here's a strike, and it's 1-1. Scott's 5 for 17. 2 home runs, 2 RBIs. He's got very good speed. Powerfully built. Peterson back, standing up.
You see the speed and the power that Seager has brought, Schebler has brought, Justin Ruggiano has brought. A nice influx of young talent.
1 ball and 1 strike. Into right and off the fist. Well, that'll be an easy play for Inciarte, and that'll end the inning. Well, Corey Seager's first career home run traveled 422 feet. We'll always remember Josh Colmenter as the man who served up his first home run. Now the mission is, as he gets the silent treatment, but not for long, to get that home run ball back. Night. Morrisville is coming back next year, and the first 40,000 fans in attendance will receive the bobblehead presented by Mercedes-Benz dealers of Southern California. For tickets, go to Dodgers.com/promotions. Scott Schebler stays in the game in left. We'll try to find out why Carl Crawford is no longer in there. Jim Johnson will pitch the bottom of the 5th. He's got a 5-run lead to work with. Wellington Castillo leads off and takes a strike, and it's 0-1. It'll be Castillo, Lamb, and Owings to bat. Johnson pitched an inning last night. 1 ball and 1 strike. Johnson on the year, a 4.26 ERA, but since coming to the Dodgers, this is his 17th appearance, an ERA of about 11.5. Here's a 1-1. Outside and low, and it's 2 balls and a strike. On 2-1. And a short right center field is Ethier. First out of the 5th.
Jim Johnson has outstanding velocity, mid-90s velocity, great movement on his pitches. Just the consistency is what he's looking for. If he can find that consistency, he could be a real solution for the Dodger bullpen. But he's yet to find it in a blue uniform.
Johnson and Avalon and Wood and Peraza came over from Atlanta for Hector Oliveira, who the Dodgers, at least at the big league level, never saw. Jake Lamb stepping in. Lamb has a hit, a walk, and a run scored tonight, and takes a strike. It's 0-1. Chris Owings on deck. There's a strike on the outside corner, 0-2. Dodgers 8 runs and 12 hits. The Diamondbacks 3 runs and 7. Did he go around? I imagine he did. Yep. Punched out by third base umpire Alan Porter. So Lamb is down, 2 out, and nobody on.
Jim Johnson a chance to have a nice clean inning. This breaking ball in the dirt, real sharp. Yasmani asking for it down. Gets it down, makes a nice block. And yes, he went.
And now Chris Owings is coming up. Last year, Owings and Didi Gregorius were in a big battle for the shortstop spot here in Arizona. Gregorius, of course, would end up in New York and with the unenviable task of following in the footsteps of Derek Jeter. Owings ends up at second base here in Arizona. And Nick Ahmed, who's done a terrific job at short, waiting on deck, has won that job. 1 ball, 1 strike to Owings. Bounced into a double play, single to left, and has scored a run. Into right. And there is Ethier battling the lights, making the catch on a knee, and that will end the 5th. 1-2-3 for Jim Johnson. It'll be the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th hit. MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball. Enjoy live look-ins, highlights, replay reviews, scores, StatCast, live radio broadcasts, and more. Get MLB.com at bat right now. So the Dodgers enjoying an 8-3 lead, folks. Getting everything up to date. And up to date tonight, the Dodgers 8 runs and 12 hits. The Diamondbacks 3 runs and 7. Utley has a hit and a run scored tonight. And it's 1 ball, no strikes. Chase has been just about everything the Dodgers could have asked for when they acquired him from the Phillies. And he takes under the knees. 2-0.
That hit extended his hitting streak, season high hitting streak, 9 games now. The veteran presence, the aggressiveness on the base paths, and having somebody not just filling in for Howie Kendrick, but actually producing at a very high level.
Into center. First out of the 6th, Adrian Gonzalez in the 3rd inning tonight. That was his 27th home run of the season. That would begin a 5-run 3rd inning uprising for the Dodgers, who lead it 8-3. Gonzalez 1 for 3 tonight. Turner on deck. And Josh Colmenter. Now that's how you beat a shift. Except for the foot speed. I'm surprised there aren't more hitters who attempt to do that.
Third baseman Justin Turner.
That would be considered a good bunt for Adrian, and it's even more of a surprise because it's on a check swing and he still doesn't beat it out. So we at least have a gauge on how good a bunt he has to put down if he tries to beat a shift.
Or just a little tomahawk half swing that Rafael Furcal made a career out of. If you're going to shift and you're going to give basically 90 feet of real estate away, not necessarily for a guy in the middle of the lineup.
When he's bunting, he'll actually get a better jump than on a check swing like that, because his momentum gets stopped. If he was bunting, he would probably kind of be leaning out of the box a little bit and maybe have one more step, but it shows you it still takes a little better bunt than that one.
It's amazing, though, that there aren't more hitters who put the shift on. Just take a half swing.
I agree completely. It was very frustrating to be a starting pitcher watching for 4 days and to watch that sitting open over there. And I think Adrian understands the game completely, plays it exactly correctly, and he knows when to take his shots over there. And especially, I think it's the last 3 innings when he'd be the leadoff hitter and he needs to start a rally.
Right. At third, Lamb throws out Turner in a 1-2-3 inning. The Dodgers go quietly. We'll go to the bottom half of the 6th. The Dodgers are leading at 8-3. Crawford is not. Crawford reporting some right hamstring tightness. So Schebler is out there. Bench hit for Crawford in the top half of the 5th inning. Crawford made a running catch to end the bottom half of the 4th. And right after that, he would come out. So here's Nicasio. Jim Johnson pitched a 1-2-3 inning.
Leading off 4th on D-backs, shortstop Nick Ahmed.
Like Bolsinger talked about for this start and others that he's had since being called back up, that he feels like he's auditioning. I think each one of these bullpen pieces feels like they continue to audition here to win the National League West crown, but to get a spot on that 25-man roster for the playoffs.
Nicasio has been relatively consistent for the Dodgers this year. His 46th appearance, an ERA just a shade over 3.25. Big hard throwing right-hander delivers a strike, and it's 0-1. He gets righties out very easily. It's the left-handed batters that have been a problem for him. And here is Ahmed, who's walked a sacrifice fly, coming off a 4-for-4 performance last night. 2 doubles, a single, and a home run. And there's another strike, 0-2.
Ahmed has shown against the Dodgers that he can hit the fastball in the inner half and the one that's slightly up. Asking about that outside corner right there. 2 very nice shots on low and away outside corner by Juan Nicasio.
Righties are hitting just 191 against Nicasio. Off the glove of Nicasio, but Utley has power. First out of the 6th. And here's Socrates Brito. He's a best-selling author.
Socrates Brito.
Left-handed hitters against Nicasio are hitting .339.
The outstanding fastball and great slider, and just really doesn't have the downward movement against lefties to really get the ball off the barrel a lot of times, and the off-speed pitch has been inconsistent.
There's about 150-point disparity, right-handers and left-handers for Nicasio. Brito spent most of the year at AA. Hit 300, 9 home runs, 57 runs batted in. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. Matt Reynolds is warming up in the Diamondback bullpen. So Colementer's 2-inning stint is done, a run and 2 hits, including Seager's first home run. 2 balls and a strike to Brito. Now it's 2-2. Dodgers 8 runs and 12 hits. The D-backs 3 runs and 7. First base coach Dave McKay has to get out of the way of that one. McKay, a longtime aide of Tony La Russa's in St. Louis, and got here before Tony did. And so they were reunited, and La Russa came. On 2-2 to short. Brito runs well. Seager throws him out. Boy, you were talking about the body clock and how Seager just never gets rushed. Knowing that Brito runs as well as he does, still got him by a step.
He charged that ball a little bit, kept his momentum going to first, had a clean exchange from the glove to the hand, and just gunned him out. But it seemed very routine to a 21-year-old. That's outstanding.
Yeah, it was merely 3 for 3 tonight. La-di-dee, la-di-dee. Hitting .448 and a .543 on base percentage. Into right center field. Ethier's got a long way to go, and it's off the base of the wall. Peterson with the ricochet. So A.J. Pollock with a 2-out double to right.
The third 2-out double for the Arizona Diamondbacks. The other 2 by Paul Goldschmidt. Pollock picks on this fastball that leaks over the middle of the plate. Fortunately for the Dodgers, stays in here. Johnson gets it in quickly, but 2-out man on second. That's the first hit the Dodger bullpen has given up.
Well, Bolsinger went but 3 2/3, so it's entirely in the hands of the bullpen. And Inciarte 1 for 3. Luis Avilan is going to work in the Dodger bullpen. So Nicasio trying to protect this 5-run lead with 2 out. Runner goes without a throw. A.J. Pollock now has 34 stolen bases on the year. What a season he's having.
With 2 out and staying aggressive right here, and you better make sure you make it when there's 2 outs when you're going to third.
Especially with your 2, 3, and 4 hitters coming up. No balls and a strike. Inciarte takes a strike. It's 0-2.
This is the bottom of the strike zone. It's the hollow of the knee. Take a look what Pitch Tracks thinks. Got it.
No balls, 2 strikes, and 2 out. Inciarte at 299. Fouls it back. How bad is it going for the folks in Washington with Avilan Warren? Miami shut them out today 2-0. The Nationals are now 1 game over 500.
Would you be surprised if in the offseason you find out that Matt Williams loses his job?
Here's the 0-2. Well, talk about a victim of great expectations. Everything's come undone.
Well, when you go from being penciled into the World Series to not making the playoffs, somebody's going to have to pay, I would think.
How big a coup will it be? Here's the 1-2. Just inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Ender Inciarte with Goldschmidt on deck.
I think Avilan is up in the bullpen for David Peralta. J.P. Howell came in to get him with bases loaded, 2 outs. Got the pop up to left field. And Carl Crawford caught on the run. With Nicasio up there and his ineffectiveness against lefties, he's there for sure for Goldschmidt. But after that, Peralta, you'll see Avilan.
2-2. In to center field for a base hit. So Inciarte singles. And again, Nicasio having difficulty getting left-handers out. Pollock, the 2-out double, the stolen base, Inciarte's RBI. It is now 8-4.
Juan Nicasio pulls out a little bit, falls to first base, which makes his slider kind of stay up and stay flat, and that's what that ball does right there. The trouble with lefties for him is it's not breaking down and sharp.
to righties it's sweeping and they chase, but to lefties they can stay on it.
Now, it's not the least bit unusual for teams to have a left-handed specialist. Rarely do you hear of a right-handed specialist. Goldschmidt 2 for 2 and a walk. Up and in.
Maybe some chirping a little bit. Both teams have been warned because of the knockdown of Seager by De La Rosa. Brian Honora, the crew chief behind the plate, issued the warning, and he will have to make the determination on when something is too far inside.
2 balls and no strikes. As Oral mentioned, the lefty David Peralta is on deck. It's looking like Studio 54. They've got their flashes going all around Chase Field. Two balls and no strikes to Goldschmidt. There's a strike, slider, and 2-1.
Sliders to lefties compared to sliders to righties. You see how you get a little knee buckle from the right-hander, with that being the arm side, but to a lefty that buckle is not there, and that ball is just laying right there.
2-1 to Goldschmidt. 2-2.
Slider away, fastball to the inner half. Most important part was the movement, and at 95.
Goldschmidt merely .375 in his career against Nicasio, mostly from the time when he was pitching for the Rockies. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Just outside, 3-2.
It's a ball, but it was a great shot by Juan. This is where you got to pitch for the team. You know the lefty in the bullpen is behind you. You know if you walk him, you're out of the game. You can't give in, though, to this hitter. Got to make a quality pitch here to Goldschmidt. He's swinging a hot bat.
Inciarte off and running on 3-2. There he goes. Here it comes, and it's fouled into the waiting hands of Andy Green, the third base coach of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Place pretty near packed last night, 35,000. Seemingly as many Dodger fans as Diamondback fans, 42,000 and change watching. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 out. 8-4 now. Nicasio to Goldschmidt. Line, foul.
He squares up a lot of balls. Had 2 doubles down the right field line off of Mike Bolsinger. One a curveball, one a slider, and now a fastball there. He just turns on with Juan Nicasio. This is a real good hitter that you're going to have to make a high quality pitch to get out.
This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat. Inciarte has great speed at first, so he'll be off and running with the pitch. There he goes. Here it comes. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Nicasio gets Goldschmidt. So Paul Goldschmidt is finally retired by a Dodger pitcher. However, the Diamondbacks come up with a run on 2 hits and leave 1. We'll go to the 7th. Dodgers 8-4. brought to you by your Southern California Kia dealers. Visit mysocalkia.com to learn more. New pitcher for the Diamondbacks, the lefty Matt Reynolds. Called up from AAA on August the 23rd. He pitched in the majors in nearly 2 years after Tommy John surgery. In his day, he could throw real hard.
That big fella now has a very short, quick arm over the top.
And he'll be facing Andre Ethier, Corey Seager, and Yasmani Grandal. So the first two batters left-handed. And that is why Reynolds is in now. The fifth Diamondback pitcher of the night, and a breaking ball for a strike to Andre. Sitting on 299 career doubles. Steve Garvey, the all-time doubles leader in Los Angeles Dodger history. 0-2. So Nicasio is able to wiggle out of the mess. Two-run double for Pollock, and then the single by Inciarte. He's able to strike out Goldschmidt, limit the Dodgers or the damage. The Dodgers lead 8-4 here in the seventh. Ethier 2 for 3. Came up in 2006 and made his major league debut in this ballpark. Grew up in Phoenix. On 0-2. Went to Arizona State. And has always hit well against the Diamondbacks. In his career, .327. But down on strikes. Well, Corey Seager, if you're just joining us, his first big league home run in his last at-bat. .422 feet worth.
Hit it out over the Dodger bullpen, and I know those bullpen mates of his were trying to get the ball back for him.
Fouled off to the left.
That negotiation starts as soon as it goes over the wall, and those guys will start yelling up there to try and find the fan that has it and then start arranging a trade.
Well, apparently negotiations have commenced. Seager takes outside. They've got the ball in hand. They're holding it hostage. And they will not release it unless they get an autograph from David Peralta. Sounds like a good deal to me. Just got to get Peralta on board, and I imagine that won't be an issue. David Vassay with the Twitter scoop on that one. And who are we to question David Vassay? David, your autograph is wanted.
How about the fan crafty enough to go from I've got a Dodger home run ball to I want to get a Peralta autograph? That is very nimble thinking.
Corey Seager just gets on base all the time. Last night, 3 walks and a base hit. Tonight, 3 for 3, his first big league home run and a walk. So he's been on base the last 8 straight at-bats. Wow. 1 out, 1 on, and here's Grandal. Well, we have an update from San Francisco. The Giants 7-0, hitting in the 6th. But that's kind of burying the lead. Madison Bumgarner's been perfect through 6. He has struck out 7, and he has thrown 76 pitches. That's pretty near perfect. We'll keep you updated on that one. Meanwhile, the Dodgers lead 8-4 with 1 out in the top of the 7th. And Yasmani Grandal is 0 for 3. 0 for his last 36 and 1 for his last 46. Average of 251. 2-2. Eight runs, 12 hits for the Dodgers. 4 runs, 9 hits for the Diamondbacks. 2-2. Instead, a toss to first base. And Seager, oh, by the way, has stolen a base tonight as well, is back standing up. On 2-2, Grandal takes low 3-2. Jock Peterson on deck. Grandal takes a walk. You can almost feel the exhale from Yasmani Grandal.
He was perturbed during the at-bat at one of the strike calls. Got 2 borderline pitches there. The 3-2 pitch was definitely off the plate. The one before that was real close. And sometimes a walk and seeing the ball well can start to bring you out of your slump. And Yasmani, I'm sure, is hoping that happens.
So now 2 on, 1 out, and Peterson steps in, and Jock is 3 for 3 tonight, including his 25th home run of the year. First and second. Breaking ball for a strike. It is 0-1.
Reynolds has that sweeping breaking ball. It's not a real downer, but it's got a large break from a tall frame. He threw it to Andre Ethier and hung it. Andre just missed it.
Reynolds came up with the Rockies in 2010. And a strike on the outside quarter, 0-2.
There's been a liberal strike zone to lefties on the far corner from Brian O'Nora behind the plate. Pitch Tracks has had them mostly as balls. What do they have this one? Yeah, slightly off. Been a lot of lefties looking back there not happy with that strike.
O'Nora, the crew chief, in his 16th big league season. 0-2 to Peterson. Swings and misses. And Jock is upset and frustrated. There's 2 out.
That left-on-left situation, Jock has gotten many a player upset, especially after a fastball away borderline call and then the breaking ball behind it.
27, Justin Ruggiano.
Justin Ruggiano is going to pinch hit now. And Ruggiano, over the course of his career, has been very efficient against left-handed pitching. And since coming to the Dodgers, he has certainly been effective. Last night, the Dodgers down 12-0. This is window dressing. What a nice piece of window dressing. The grand slam. Ruggiano now with 3 home runs and 10 runs batted in his first week with the Dodgers, including that leadoff home run he hit in Anaheim on Tuesday night.
His career slugging average against left-handers is .522 and 446 at-bats versus lefties. Accumulation of almost a full season, you'd think, is .271, 36 doubles, and 24 home runs. So a little under the radar acquisition by our baseball front office, but They knew what they were doing with this right-handed powerful bat off the bench.
And there's a strike, gets past Castillo, and the runners advance. So Ruggiano's been quite a pickup, Alana.
Well, he has 3 home runs and 10 RBIs as a Dodger. Charlie, you mentioned it. Mark McGwire told me earlier today that he's really been a nice surprise. You had mentioned that he's a lefty killer, but the thing that Mac likes about him is he said he's not passive. He gets out there, he is ready to hit, doesn't waste any at-bats. He's ready on the first pitch.
Well, he's going to have to wait on the next one as Chip Hale is going to go out and talk with Reynolds. Question is, would they intentionally walk him and then face the left-handed hitting Scott Shevlin?
Talking mostly to the catcher right now, Castillo. So maybe about pitch selection. But we don't mind if we walk him. So what do we want to go with? A lot of times, if it's about intentionally walking him, the pitcher gets the conversation. If it's about pitching to him, it's the catcher might get some of the conversation.
Or don't throw him anything good. Second and third, 2 out. Boy, a base hit here by Ruggiano. As he swings and misses, nothing in 2. Will provide 1 or 2 big insurance runs. Ruggiano originally drafted by the Dodgers a decade ago. And it was on to Tampa Bay. And the 0-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So it took him 10 years to get to the Dodgers. And here he is, Justin Ruggiano, with a ball and 2 strikes and 2 out. And down on strikes, and that will end the inning. So Reynolds strikes out the side, and in between he walks a couple. Leaves 2. We go to the bottom half of the 7th. At the stretch, Dodgers 8-4. Eight runs and 12 hits for the Dodgers, including home runs by Carl Crawford, a leadoff. Dodgers have hit leadoff home runs in 3 of the last 4 games. Jock Peterson cracked his 25th. Adrian Gonzalez hit his 27th. But the big blow was the home run by Corey Seager, his first big league home run. Luis Avilan will pitch the 7th inning. David Peralta, Wellington Castillo, and Jake Lamb. Bolsinger lasted but 3 2/3, 80 pitches, 46 strikes. And Howell faced one batter with the bases loaded and got Peralta to fly to left. On the play, sprinting in to make the catch, Carl Crawford pulled up lame, came out of the game. So Schebler is in left field. Howell, Johnson, Nicasio, and now Avilan trying to win this thing for the Dodgers. San Diego's hitting in the 7th inning, trailing Bumgarner and the Giants 7-0. Bumgarner at last check had a perfect game going. Peralta's 0 for 3 tonight. Avilan on 0-1. 0-2. First couple of outings for Avilan were tough, but then he had back-to-back performances where he struck out Jay Bruce in Cincinnati in consecutive games, and that just seemed to inflate his confidence, and he's been really terrific since.
Lefties hit 176 off of him. Righties hit 250. So he's the kind of left-hander that you don't have to specialize with. He can pitch a full inning, but he has sure been special in jams of late.
Scoreless relief in 11 of his last 14 outings. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Peralta beginning the 7th, and it's 2-2. Opponents are hitting just .239 against him this year. In 48 innings, 43 strikeouts. On 2-2. Drilled to right, and Ethier is going to run out of room. David Peralta with his 15th home run of the year. It is now 8-5.
D-backs have 9 outs left, and you sure can't fall asleep on them. This is the #1 scoring team in the National League. They've got power. They love playing at home. And this lineup will not stop a breaking ball that was up, that Luis knew he left up.
So it's a 3-run game. The Dodgers led 7-0 after 3.5. The D-backs with 3 in the 4th, 1 in the 6th, now 1 here in the 7th. The Indiana Jones rickety bridge to the other side. Castillo has a hit, a walk, and a run scored tonight. He's also flied to right.
A visit from Yasmani Grandal or Adrian Gonzalez or somebody now. He looks like he's out there still thinking about the home run. We got a 2-0 count, and he hasn't come close on the first 2 pitches.
The lefty Jake Lamb is on deck. That home run that Avilan surrendered, his first given up as a Dodger. Two balls and 1 strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yimi Garcia is warming up in the Dodger bullpen. So the leadoff home run for Peralta. 5 home runs hit tonight, 4 by the Dodgers. Castillo down on strikes. It's the first out of the 7th.
Restores a little order right there, gets things on track. Avilan and Garcia probably to get through the 7th. I wouldn't be surprised to see Chris Hatcher in the 8th if the score stays the same, and of course Kenley Jansen in the 9th. That's probably the plan, but that hinges on the next 2 outs in this inning.
Subject to change without warning. Lamb has walked, signal to left, scored a run, and has been struck out. 8 runs, 12 hits for the Dodgers, 5 runs, 10 hits for the Diamondbacks, who are right back in this thing. Chris Owings on deck. So Avilan trying to get through the 7th. One ball, 1 strike. Lamb at 281, and then it's 1-2. Seager throws him out. Avilan slipped and fell as he tried to field that comebacker.
Second baseman, Chris Owings.
Avilan slipped and fell, but the guy behind him did not. Boy, I love the way the young guy at short charges the ball. Just cuts the distance down between he and first base. Gives himself plenty of time.
21 up, 21 down for Madison Bumgarner. A perfect game. 7th inning stretch in San Francisco. The Giants 7-0 over the Padres. Chris Owings 1 for 3. The score is really a secondary story there in San Francisco tonight. Dodgers can take care of their own business. They'll get the magic number down to 14. 1 ball, 1 strike. At 7.5 behind after tonight, 21 games left, 8 in the loss column. That's the big one. 60 losses for the Dodgers, 68 for San Francisco. You can't get those losses back.
And even if Madison throws a perfect game, it's only worth 1.
No style points, huh?
Only 85 pitches. He has got plenty of bullets left in that left shoulder of his to try and accomplish that unbelievable feat.
The Padres as a team are batting .246. Only the Cubs have a lower batting average. Now 3-1 to Owens. Yeah, the Padres basically offensively ranked 14th out of 15. And Bumgarner is in elite company as one of the real premier pitchers in the game. The 3-1 inside and low ball 4. 2-out walk to Owens. Nick Ahmed coming up.
Shortstop, Nick Ahmed.
You had a great run in '88. Just thinking back on what Bumgarner did last year. And now here comes Mattingly, and he will have seen enough of Avilan. Yimi Garcia will be coming in to face Ahmed. So there's 2 out, runner at first, a run in, bottom of the 7th, and the Dodgers continue to lead. It's 8-5. Get Castillo to strike out, Lamb to bounce out. He would walk Owens, and his night is done. Now it's up to Yimi Garcia to finish off the 7th inning, making his 51st appearance. So we're talking about you in '88 and that when you got into that zone and just kept going. Reflect, if you will, what you went through to what Bumgarner went through last year in the postseason, where seemingly he pitched every day.
I think it seems like one thing as a starter, you're hot in your starts, but then to volunteer to go to the bullpen and come in relief and continue to do it, it's a special feeling. But you actually feel like when the ball's in your hand, nothing can happen. It's wrong. It just feels really good.
Ahmed takes a strike,
and you feel a little bit bulletproof. And there's a lot of confidence when you take the hill. There's a lot of confidence when you pull the trigger on every pitch. And there's a moment of truth in a pitching delivery. It's right when your front foot hits that you really believe you're going to get the hitter out, and you accelerate through it and hit your spot.
And that's what Bumgarner did last year in the series. Ahmed fouls it off to the right. Now he's got a perfect game through 7. Giants hitting in the bottom of the 7th with an 8-0 lead. Chris Hatcher now going to work. Everybody be ready. Yimi Garcia is the 6th Dodger pitcher of the night. 0-2 to Ahmed. Garcia deals. Popped up, right side, playable for Gonzalez. And Garcia gets the job done. But a Rocky 7th as Peralta hits a home run. His 15th of the year. We go to the 8th. Dodgers 8-5. Behind the scenes with Clayton Kershaw, who participates in a charity wiffle ball game. Plus, Jock Peterson connects with future Hall of Famer Albert Pujols. Don't miss Backstage Dodgers on Thursday at 7, right here on Sportsnet LA. Scott Van Slyke is now going to pinch hit for Scott Schebler. Schebler came in and pinch hit for Carl Crawford. Crawford made a running catch to end the 4th inning with the bases loaded and 2 out, and his hamstring tightened up on it. So Schebler got a couple of at-bats. It was 0 for 2. And as we begin the 8th, here is Van Slyke with Utley and Gonzalez to follow, and Matt Reynolds in his 2nd inning of relief. First pitch, a strike, and it's 0-1. Well, should the Dodgers hang on and win, we've just received word from the official score. J.P. Howell would be the winning pitcher, throwing 1 pitch. And a ground ball to short. Ahmed goes out Van Slyke. If the starting pitcher doesn't go 5, it can be in the judgment of the official score who's the winner. And I remember we were talking about that moment with the bases loaded and 2 out, and how there are turning points in games even early on. That one pitch to Peralta with the bases loaded would be enough to get Howell the win. Now Chase Utley. More important about David Peralta, we've got to get his autograph to the fan who caught Corey Seager's home run ball. Seager, if you're just joining us, hit his first big league home run. And we were told the guy who's got it ain't going to give it up until David Peralta signs something for him. It's like a 3-team trade.
You got to believe the home clubhouse guy is talking to the visiting clubhouse guy who is trying to get a Peralta autograph over to the Dodgers.
If it hasn't happened already. One and 2 with 1 out. Utley fouls it off to the left. Chase with a base hit in his first at bat. 1 for 4 has extended his hitting streak to 9 games. That will be another interesting off-season story, what Major League Baseball does about the increased security.
Mark on the wall. Autograph that, Chase Utley.
Providing netting and fencing down the first and third base lines. The folks in the dugout certainly have big league reaction time. Utley down on strikes. Castillo completes a strikeout, 2 out. So whether it's line drives into the stands or broken bats that fly in.
Well, most of my career I played without the netting in front of the dugout.
Right.
That started to come in because those balls did start flying in those dugouts and ricocheting around. And one thing for the players, they are pretty quick. But I'll tell you what, those coaches, you get into your 40s, they don't move quite as quick.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
And then some of those managers that get into their 60s, they're not moving at all.
Gonzalez 1 for 4 and a home run. Lines up base hit into left center field. So Adrian is aboard. He's 2 for 5. The 2-out single to left. First hit given up by Reynolds.
Before that screening went in front of the dugouts, I remember Tommy Lasorda just getting smoked one time. And he sat there like he never got hit. And everybody knew he got hit. And he pretended like he didn't get hit.
So it was the reverse silent treatment.
Oh, it was unbelievable how stoic he was. Nah, didn't even touch me. I saw the bruise after the game.
Little roller up the third base line. Reynolds better hurry. Throws it high and wide. It goes as a base hit. I remember in Anaheim, they had been 98 the first year that they had signed Mo Vaughn. And there was no fencing, there was no netting, there was nothing in front of the dugout except the steps. As Turner beat it out. And it may have been, if not the first night, the first week he's with Anaheim, and it's a routine foul ball toward the first base dugout, and he fell down the steps and essentially ended the season. So then they decided, maybe the railing's not such a bad idea. And then they said, maybe the railing with the netting would be an even better idea. And I think that's about where it came from. Ethier 2 for 4 with 2 on and 2 out in the 8th. And Vaughn had just signed a huge contract. One false step. So now all the dugouts have the railings and protective netting. And Ethier, it's 1 ball, 1 strike.
The most dangerous dugout I remember is the one in Vero Beach, Florida. So close, nothing around us, no roof over us, because the O'Malley family, Peter O'Malley and his dad, they wanted the fans to be able to look right into the dugout, which was great for the fans, but it was, you better be on your toes.
Well, Justin Turner's not going to be happy. The official score just changed that little infield hit to an error. And Ethier's not happy as he has been struck out. That's 5 strikeouts for Reynolds. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error, 1 left. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. Dodgers 8-5. Out. It's really hard to be perfect. Melvin Upton Jr., the artist formerly known as Bossman Jr., has broken up the perfect game for Bumgarner. A 2-out single. Now pinch hitter for the Diamondbacks to face Chris Hatcher, making his 39th appearance.
Number 15, Phil Gosselin.
And Phil Gosselin is going to pinch hit. So now the Dodgers 6 outs away from their 81st win. Van Slyke takes over in left field. He pinch hit for Scott Schebler. So the Dodgers 8 runs and 13 hits. The Diamondbacks 5 runs and 10. Giants are going to win the game. They've got an 8-0 lead on the Padres. For the most part, once the game began with Bumgarner on the hill, the Giants were going to win.
He's been pretty good.
Gosselin fouls it back, and it's 0-2. Oakland leading the Rangers 5-1. The Angels and Astros are tied at 2 in the 8th in Anaheim. Oh, 0-2 to Gosselin with Pollock and Inciarte to follow here in the 8th. Hatcher, the 7th Dodger pitcher, strikes out Gosselin, first out of the 8th inning.
Chris Hatcher continuing to look like he could be the Dodgers' 8th inning guy the rest of the year. He's coming back from the DL, throwing the ball with A little more velocity, but a lot more location.
Now A.J. Pollock, having a career year. 313, 16 home runs, 64 runs batted in. Sacrifice fly in the 4th inning tonight. He's doubled, scored, stolen a base, and scored a run. He's also got 34 stolen bases. Second in the league, scoring 96 runs. And covers a world of real estate defensively in center. Check swing. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pollock lives on the Connecticut shoreline. Marlborough to third. Oh, look at that backhanded stab by Justin Turner. What a rocket. And what a play.
It's the hot corner. One hopper. The glove nice and loose down there. Soft hands. Plenty of time for the throw.
So there's 2 out. And Inciarte coming up. Inciarte 2 for 4. Dodgers scored 2 in the first and have never trailed. They had a 7-0 lead through 3. 8-5 with 2 out, nobody on in the bottom of the 8th. And it's 1 ball and no strikes. So Inciarte with his 2 hits is hitting a nice round 300. One ball and 1 strike. The Blue Jays swept a doubleheader from the Yankees. And now have a 4.5 game lead on New York. Here's the 1-1. But the even bigger story is a collision involving Troy Tulowitzki. Broke his shoulder blade in a collision with the center fielder on a pop fly. Into left, Van Slyke barely has to move a muscle. And a terrific inning turned in by Chris Hatcher. 1-2-3. So we'll go to the 9th. And the Dodgers with Seager leading off. Seager, by the way, has been on base in his last 8 consecutive at-bats. an inside look on the best moments of the week on and off the field. Don't miss Dodgers Clubhouse Monday at 5:30 right here on Sportsnet LA. Well, big crowd on hand. Better than 42,000, at least half of them Dodger fans. Dodgers certainly travel well, and a loud, raucous crowd tonight. New pitcher for the Diamondbacks is Daniel Hudson. Hudson hoping to become a starter again. He's come back from some injuries and an ERA just short of 4. Gets about a strikeout an inning. And here's Corey Seager. Last night, 3 walks and a single. Tonight, 2 singles, his first big league home run and a walk. He's been on base each of his last 8 plate appearances. As he fouls it back, and it's 0-1.
Not sitting on his average. Cut it loose on the very first pitch. That's hard to do when you're a 5-year veteran in the prime of your career.
0-1. Well, the first career home run will certainly get all the attention in the post-game stories. But the single to center off De La Rosa in the 3rd inning was just as impactful as he fouls it off to the left. He had just taken a pitch up and in around the head. Runners on base. So he coolly stepped out of the batter's box, took a pitch. Then the next one, he rifled a single to center field. You want to come at me, pal? And De La Rosa, who was gone shortly thereafter. 1-2 to Seager. That's well hit for foul. Grandal on deck and Peterson to follow. Dodgers 8-5 in the 9th. Inside and low. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hudson has had not 1 but 2 Tommy John surgeries. On 2-2.
Dodgers tried that with Brandon Beachy,
who finished the year at Oklahoma City. Years ago, Hung Chi Kuo went through 2 Tommy John surgeries. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Now 3-2. Seager at the moment is hitting .448. And an on-base percentage of .556. So he's got to hit about half the time. He's been on base more than half the time. Two singles, a home run, and a walk. 9th pitch of this at bat. Drills it into left field, and Peralta can't get it, and here goes Seager to second. 4 for 4, and he's been on base 9 consecutive times.
And he's hitting every kind of pitch, from a down and in breaking ball from a left-hander, a right-hander down and in, a fastball up on this one. 3-2, make sure it's a strike, and then get the barrel on it. I don't know where his hole is right now. He is so hot, it is very hard to get anything by him. David Peralta, we need an autograph from you to get the home run ball.
Yasmani Grandal would just love to borrow one of Seager's base hits. Grandal tonight, 0 for 3. He's 0 for his last 36. You have to go back to 1962. A little second baseman named Larry Burright for the Dodgers went 0 for 38. Where'd Burright end up? With the Mets in '63. Back when the Mets were really awful. They were coming off a 40-win season in '62. They had nowhere to go but up. So Grandal doesn't want to get any closer to Larry Burright than he already is.
40 wins are as many as you get in a half a season for a bad team.
Well, they actually did pretty well, all things being equal. They finished 40 and 120, and mercifully 2 games were rained out. I saw some of them. God, they were awful. As Bill Parcells famously said, you are what your record says you are. And they were. So Burright ends up with the Mets the next year. Talk about being banished to some outpost. Here's 2-1. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Yasmani Grandal. Jock Peterson on deck. It's gone final in San Francisco. Bumgarner, the 1-hitter. Perfect game ended in the 8th. Melvin Upton Jr. a base hit with 2 out. Giants 8, Padres nothing. 2-2 with Seager leading off second. He's been on base all 5 times. High and in, 3-2.
Yasmani walked in his last at bat on 2 borderline pitches, 2 good takes. Could be signs of him coming out of this slump.
This is his first start in a week. 3-2 with Seager leading off second. And another walk. So Grandal is aboard for the second time. And Peterson coming up. Peterson had another good night. Home run, 2 singles, couple of RBIs. His 25th home run. 4 home runs for the Dodgers tonight. 5th pitch of the game. Carl Crawford hit one over the wall. Gonzalez hit one. Peterson hit one. And of course, Corey Seager's first. Alex Guerrero, who hurt his leg last night, calf, hammy, whatever it was, is in the on-deck circle. So they were fearing the worst. And here he is to pinch hit in the 9th inning. Looks like Kenley Jansen warming up in the bullpen. Kenley would love to get a little insurance here. Peterson takes inside at 97.
For a guy who's on his 2nd Tommy John surgery, Daniel Hudson, the ligament is holding together as far as for the velocity. Now it's about the endurance and location, getting to that back. But doctor did a good job tightening the rubber band.
First and second, nobody out in the 9th. Dodgers 8-5. 2 balls and no strikes. Hudson 6'3", 235. Out of Virginia originally. Came up with the White Sox originally in 2009. Came over to the D-backs a year later. Missing outside, 3 balls and no strikes. Paul Goldschmidt playing behind Grandal. 3-0. Peterson taking a strike all the way. 3-1.
You're going to get the same pitch 3-1 as you get 3-0, and you might get the same one 3-2. Pitcher on the mound throwing 97, but struggling with control. Jock can load up right here and let it go.
Peterson's already hit 1 home run tonight.
He got one that he could have hit. It was in his happy zone right there. The home run was a little higher, but that was a nice low heater. He put a good swing on it, just fouled it off. Take a look at that.
Jock felt like he could have done more with that pitch than he did.
Sometimes you need to just hit it just over the fence, not into the next county.
3-2, nobody out. The inning began with Seager's double to left, winning a 9-pitch at-bat from Hudson. Seager tonight, 4 for 4 and a walk. Last night, a hit and 3 walks. So he's been on base 9 consecutive plate appearances. 3-2, hopped up. The Rooftop Singers. First out of the ninth.
That fastball a little bit higher than the one that he fouled back. Just got underneath it, got the infield fly rule right there. Daniel Hudson climbed back into that count.
Number 7, Alex Guerrero.
Now here's Alex Guerrero, who came limping out of the game last night after pinch hitting in the 9th inning. It's like everybody's surprised to see him. He's got that big smile on his face. I'm about as surprised as you guys are.
He's having a conversation with Castillo right there with his head down, smiling. They're talking about something.
Guerrero at 231, first and second, and 1 out. Into left. Peralta can't get it. It's off the base of the wall. Here comes Seager. Grandal will be held at third. And all in all, the hammy, the calf, whatever it is, seems to be A-OK for Grandal. He's driven in a run, and the Dodgers lead 9-5.
This is a breaking ball. Alex Guerrero, known there's 97 on the mound, but he gets a breaking ball here that stays right on the outer half of the plate. Does a nice job staying on that. Drives it over the left fielder's head. It was interesting to watch him run. He ran smoothly, but there definitely was a little hobble as he was easing into second, and they're going to protect him a little bit. The bench reacts with the applause, but also the bench reacts with a pinch runner.
So Guerrero comes through, and Jimmy Rollins is pinch running, as he did last night. Jimmy wearing that stove mitten to protect the right index finger knuckle. Second and third, 9-5. Van Slyke takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Well, the Dodgers can play a couple of more runs here. Joel Peralta will come in and pitch. Grandal is at third base. And now Rollins pinch running at second. And Van Slyke takes outside, 1-1. Dodgers 9-4 this year against the D-backs. Grounded to third. Coming home. And Grandal is deader than Julius Caesar. That's the second out of the inning. Rollins goes to third. And Utley will be coming up.
He hits it hard. Jake Lamb makes a nice play right there, and they're going on contact. Yasmani Grandal is going to be out for sure. Jimmy Rollins just stands on third, and there was no time for Scott Van Slyke to scoot down to second base and get back into scoring position. And now it's going to take a 2-out hit to score Rollins.
Chase Utley is 1 for 5 tonight. 9 runs, 15 hits for the Dodgers. They've left 9. The Diamondbacks 5 runs, 10 hits. They have left 9. Utley with a single to left field in his first at bat extends his hitting streak to 9 games. Taking outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Utley now at 254 since coming to the Dodgers. 2 home runs, 5 runs batted in, wearing the Dodger blue that he grew up rooting for. 2-0. Utley made it perfectly clear the day that he arrived. This is not his last hurrah. He's going to play next year somewhere.
He sounds like somebody who's motivated not only not to just play for 1 more year, but for as many as he can squeak out of his body.
2-1.
What he has shown here with the Dodgers so far, with a lot of September left and then October, but he has shown that he is going to be a viable piece to somebody's team.
Well, after tonight, 21 games left. Utley slashes it foul. So Rollins pinch running at third base. Van Slyke is at first. Dodgers lead by 4. The count 2-2 to Utley. To short. Ahmed picks it up and throws him out. But Corey Seager scores his 3rd run of the night. He's been on base all 5 times, 4 for 4 and a walk. We go to the bottom of the 9th. Dodgers 9-5. with a 9-5 lead as we go to the bottom half of the ninth inning, and Kenley Jansen is on in relief. Jansen is the 8th Dodger pitcher of the evening. His 46th appearance. An ERA of a shade over 2. 70 strikeouts in 43 2/3 at a 162 opponent's batting average. And remember, he didn't come aboard till the middle of May. Had that foot surgery, and it wasn't until the last week or so did he really start running between outings. Paul Goldschmidt leading it off. First pitch is a strike, and it's 0-1. Goldschmidt tonight, 2 hits, a walk, and a strikeout. .286 against Jansen. Goldschmidt's hitting .336 against the Dodgers in his career. So Jansen has kind of held him in check, comparatively speaking. (0-2) to Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt double to right in the first and the third innings. He would be intentionally walked in the fourth, and Arizona would score 3. Bolsinger would be knocked out. And then it's been up to Howell, Johnson, Nicasio, Avilon, Garcia, Hatcher, and now Jansen to close the door.
This is quite a battle between a hot hitter and a hot pitcher. Kenley Jansen, over his last 17 games since August 5th, a .53 ERA, saved 12 out of 13. He's only given up 1 earned run in his last 17 innings.
0-2 to Goldschmidt beginning the ninth, and down he goes. First down to the bottom of the ninth.
This is a very nice slider by Kenley Jansen, who continues to incorporate this into his arsenal. When you throw the 2-seamer, the 4-seamer, the cutter, which is the predominant pitch, and then show that, get really good results.
Now David Peralta steps in. Peralta homered off Avalon in the 7th inning. And Jansen delivers a 92-mile-an-hour fastball for a strike. Peralta 1 for 4. The 9th leading hitter in the National League. 0-1. 0-2. Seven pitches, 7 strikes thrown by Kenley Jansen. Castillo on deck. The 0-2. 2 out and nobody on in the ninth.
It may not be a save situation, but Kenley Jansen came out of the bullpen with fire in his eyes, right into the heart of the Diamondback lineup, and is set 2 down with K's.
Fastball shoulder high, and Peralta had no chance. Now Wellington Castillo, who has singled, walked, scored a run, flied out, and has been struck out. 2 out in the ninth. 1 ball and no strikes to Castillo. In 66 games with the Diamondbacks, 274 and 17 home runs. It is the most home runs of any National League catcher this year. Began the year with the Cubs, with Seattle briefly. Came over in June, and he's been a middle of the lineup kind of guy. 2-0. 3-0. The official scorer let us know that J.P. Howell, who threw one pitch to Peralta with the bases loaded and 2 out in the 4th inning, would be in line for the win. Here's a 3-0. Strike 3-1. I'm trying to remember who it was. The Dodgers had a pitcher who threw no pitches and got a win.
Pick off.
Yeah. That would be pitch efficiency.
Yeah. Madison Bumgarner probably threw close to 100. A one-hitter tonight. Got the W. J.P. Howell threw a pitch.
Fly ball to left.
Got the W.
3 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 out. Dodgers 9, Diamondbacks 5. Jansen to Castillo. We play on.
Third baseman, Jake O'Brien.
Kenley Jansen, including tonight, has struck out 72 and just walked his 7th. And Jake Lamb coming up. Lamb 1 for 3, a walk and a run scored. Nothing in 1. First pitch tomorrow about 10 after 1. Zach Greinke in search of his 17th win against Patrick Corbin. And then the Dodgers will head home. Into center, drifting on back is Peterson. He is there, and he has got it. And the Dodger magic number is now down to 14 with 21 games to play. The Dodgers 9 runs, 15 hits, no errors. They left 11. The Diamondbacks 5 runs, 10 hits, 1 error, and they left 10. J.P. Howell, the winner, 6-1. Jorge De La Rosa, Ruby De La Rosa takes a loss, 12-8, in a game that took 3 hours and 52 minutes to play. Lexus player of the game, who else? Corey Seager, who had 4 hits tonight, 2 RBIs, stolen base, after being knocked down, he singles to center, and then the home run. For Corey Seager, his first big league home run. What a night for Seager. What a night for the Dodgers, who improved their record to